Hello and welcome to our present participants and our online participants. Apologies for the delay. We're going to start in about 1 minute. As anticipated, it's difficult to get up and be at 9:30 awake with coffee and food and ready to engage in exciting intellectual discussion. So we're gonna start now. Thank you very much for coming to this workshop, Performing and Healing New Hermeneutical Approaches to the History of Ancient Healing Cults. That's introduction. I am Christy Constantakopoulou. I am a collaborator with Luigi Lafasciano in this project. And we organized this project, and by we, I mean the royal we, where Luigi did all the work and I provided a bit of support and supervision. And I should say that this is part of the postdoctoral fellowship, the European Fellowship Marie Sklodowska-Curie of the European Research Executive Agency, Horizon Europe. I had to write all this down. And the project is entitled Theater, Epiphany and Healing in the Asian Mediterranean. We're very pleased to see you all in Athens, and we hope that this is a beginning of a very fruitful collaboration for the future. Luigi will talk more specifically about the main themes for today's workshop in the introduction, and of course he will offer his own analysis with the final paper of today's workshop. What I wanted to do is share some more general thoughts on the importance of the topic and the very significant methodological contribution that today's workshop and the overall project contributes to the many disciplines it engages with: ancient history, archaeology, material culture, performance studies, anthropology, religious studies, and epigraphy literary analysis. And you can see that just by listing the disciplines with which we're engaging, how in the interdisciplinarity is at the core of our approach. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to offer some introductory remarks about our approach and how this fits with the various new methodological approaches that play an important role in our various disciplines. Bear in mind that I am an ancient historian myself, but also someone who is comfortable with both material culture and texts, epigraphic and literary. But as a result, I will probably talk more about ancient history, but my observations apply to the field of humanities overall, broadly perceived. In the field of humanities, therefore, we have observed various turns in recent years, that is, methodological shifts in the way we approach things. And I will start with the first turn, the spatial turn. The spatial turn seems to be the product of a particular development in social sciences, especially human geography, and history as a result of history's increasing interest in cultural history. Within that context, space was understood as an indispensable aspect of culture, and it was no longer considered as a concept or entity outside human cultural constraints and ideology. In other words, the spatial turn insisted that there is no objective landscape, space, environment, or nature, but all should be understood as a result of human understanding and the relationship with space. Space, landscape, and environment are all the product of a dialectic relationship between the objective Cartesian space and human experience and intentionality. The spatial turn became a way in which historians, particularly think of the of the early modern ages, and engage with concepts of space. This they saw as primarily culturally constructed. In that sense, a spatial turn allowed for really fruitful developments in gender history as well, with discussions on gendered space. In ancient history, the spatial turn engaged both with the articulations of symbolic and ideological spaces and with the ideology of space itself. At the same time, another shift occurred, one which emphasized the importance of landscape and environment for narratives of ancient history and archaeology. Perhaps this is more evident for those who are archaeologists amongst you, especially those who work as field archaeologists, because obviously landscape surveys and excavations all take place within a specific landscape and space. But for ancient history, such an approach is not self-evident. The spatial turn affected the way that ancient history engages with the environment. Most ancient historical works nowadays, especially those who focus on the economy, including obviously agriculture, or religion, or mobility, to name a few topics, embed their narratives in the landscape of the Greek world, with its availability of resources, seasonal constraints, susceptibility of crisis, productivity cycles, and so on. Indeed, I would say that there are very few aspects of Greek history that we can write without a consideration of the Greek landscape. And there is probably no aspect of Greek history we can write without a consideration of space, whether symbolic or not. The project Performing and Healing is a prime example of such a new approach. The concept of space is central to the understanding of both healing and performative aspects of the human experience. One of the first questions that the project asked was, why do we see theaters in healing sanctuaries? The spatial proximity and the relationship between performance and healing, in other words, helped us formulate the main research questions addressed here. Second, the material turn. Again, we see history here lagging behind developments in archaeology. While material culture always played a role in ancient history narratives, the last decade or so, a strengthening of dialogue between archaeology and ancient history took place. The result was research that focused on the complicated interplay between, on the one hand, archaeological evidence and its expressive dimensions, that is, its innate quality to capture and articulate meaning, and on the other hand, the articulation of meaning being presented as subject to and impacted by encodings into specific material language. Materiality, therefore, in its both dimensions, that is, as expression of social, cultural, political, gender, religious, and so on meaning, and as formative factor for the creation of meaning, is now an indispensable aspect of ancient history studies, and one that also informs the study of written and literary bodies of evidence. Our research questions in this project in performance and healing are deeply embedded in this dialogue between materiality and interpretation. Both performance and healing have strong material aspects, both in terms of material objects used and left for us to study through the field of archaeology, and in terms of the materiality of the body itself in both processes of healing and performance. Again, the project is in constant dialogue with recent developments in our field. Finally, the final development. Recent developments in the field of religion, particularly Greek religion, and that is something I'm more comfortable talking about. And I would highlight three issues here. First, the move away from the polis religion model, which was put forward and by the pioneering spirit of Christian Survino Winwood. This model advocated that Greek religion took place and acquired meaning only through its association with the polis, or primarily through its association with the polis. This model, the polis model of Greek religion, continues to be influential, but at the same time, the study of religion has been enhanced by new directions in scholarship. There has been a shift from studies that focus on religion in the polis to studies that explore religion beyond, outside, and beneath the polis. In this context, an important new approach is a focus on personal religion, as for example, on the personal relationship with the divine. This relationship is fundamental for Greek religious practices and beliefs, but in the past it was explored primarily through the lens of the individual as a member of her own or his own polis, not as a personal association. Personal religion, whether that is prayer, dedications, participations, are now more fruitfully explored. The second trend in the study of religion is a move from studies on religious practices and cult that has been the focus mostly in the 70s, 80s, 90s, and noughties. Yeah. So a move from studies on religion practices and cult to studies that focus on the experience and beliefs of the worshippers. Typically, Greek religion has been approached through the lens of Greek religious practices and cult. While the nature of our evidence, that is literary, archaeological, and epigraphic, allows for such an emphasis, it is undeniable that central to our understanding of Greek religions are also questions of belief. Indeed, a renewed scholarly interest in belief and the individual, as well as communal experience of members of the communities, has resurfaced in our field. At the heart of Greek religious contact was a reciprocal relationship with the divine. This is manifested at multiple overlapping levels and spheres of activities. Animal sacrifices, libations, spell, and curses all aim to provide access to the divine sphere and facilitate communication to the divinities worshipped or addressed. Studies on the personal experience of this reciprocal relation between humans and the divine marks a shift in our approaches. The final trend I would like to highlight is recent works that focus on the lived experience as an important topic in the study of Greek religion. Such an emphasis on the lived experience goes hand in hand with the previous development on the personal aspect of religious activity and conduct. We are now interested in how individuals and communities experience religious activities and participation, and how such activities and religious participation affected their lived experience. Such a focus allows for an intersectional approach that includes various otherwise relatively invisible groups in our societies: women, slaves, foreigners, and subaltern populations. You may find that I'm repeating myself here, but it is obvious that the project Healing and Performance develops around cutting-edge questions that are at the heart of developments in studies of ancient Greek religion. Healing cults are, after all, one of the most visible cases where the personal relationship with the divine is strong and particularly visible. In addition, healing is lived experience par excellence. And while healing sanctuaries and performances often took place within the polis framework, there were important aspects of that relationship which were irrelevant to a polis context. The relationship between healing and performance, therefore, reshapes modern approaches to the field of ancient religion and contributes to new methodological developments in our discipline. And with these introductory remarks, I wanted to start in order to highlight the innovative framework that shapes today's discussion. And I look forward to your contributions and discussions. So thank you for coming. And I pass now to my collaborator, Luigi, the heart of the project. Thank you.
Thanks, Christy. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. First of all, we want to thank the French School of Athens for kindly hosting today's workshop. And more importantly, the speakers who so readily accepted to animate it. Just a few words about them. Milena Melfi has been producing pioneering research on the sanctuaries of Asclepius in the last 20 years. She is now professor at the University of Oxford, and I should just recall about, among her many contributions, a book on the sanctuaries of Asclepius in Greece, and a monography on the sanctuary of Asclepius in Lebena, in Crete, which will come back in my last paper. Angela Bellia is now professor at the University of Palermo in Italy, and she has been producing two pioneering research on the architecture and archaeology of music, sonic events, and dance in the ancient world. She is now leading the international project Voicing Spaces. And Donatella Tronca, too, is a pioneer scholar in her field, late antiquity and religious aspects of late antiquity. And she recently published her PhD with the title Cristiana Coreia, focusing on the continuity, discontinuities, and new hermeneutical approaches to the use of dance and the perception of dance. Correct me if I'm in early Christian and early Christian late antiquity and after medieval times. The workshop is organized, as Christy was saying, by Christy and myself as part of the activities of the project Theater Healing and Epiphany in the Ancient Mediterranean that I conduct at the National Hellenic Research Foundation as a Marie Curie Fellow, and in which I explore the relationship between performance and therapy in the healing cult of Asclepius. In compliance with the obligation to acknowledge EU funding at any projects-related event or outcome, which I do with sincere gratitude for the support offered to research, I also feel, however, the ethical responsibility as a European citizen and under the current tragic circumstances to express my firm opposition to the EU funding of this war economy regime that is increasingly affecting the lives of us all. But let us turn to the focus of today's workshop. We tend to classify Dionysiac rites, Asclepian incubation, Eleusinian initiation, or exorcistic rituals as distinct religious phenomena. But what if this distinction obscures a shared operative logic? What if, without disregarding the importance of their differences, we should first of all look at them as therapeutic practices? This question implies a methodological shift. Since the 19th century, the study of ancient religious phenomena such as miracle, epiphany, divination, incubation has long been shaped by a positivistic framework which tended to relegate these practices to the sphere of the irrational. And one here immediately thinks as the pioneer work of Eric Roberts Dodds on the Greeks and the irrational. Within this perspective, some practices, such as the ritual of incubation, that is, dreaming in order to get in contact with a supernatural being, have often been interpreted in light of an evolutionary opposition between religion and science, especially in relation to the development of Greek medicine. Even after the discovery and publication of the Epidauran Yamata, Asclepius' miracle tales from his most famous sanctuary of Epidavros, the study of ancient religious phenomena such as miracle, epiphany, divination, or incubation could have been reassessed, but this framework remained remarkably persistent. Even though scholars such as Auguste Boucher-Leclerc in his Histoire de la Divination were among the first to recognize the morphological affinities between incubation, iatromancy, and other divinatory practices, while Ludwig Deubner and Mary Hamilton at the beginning of the 20th century shifted the attention towards the ritual dimension of incubation within a comparative and a diachronic perspective. At the same time, still at the beginning of the 20th century, attempts to define and classify incubation, such as those of Thomas Lefort or Hippolyte Delahaye, introduced some rigid criteria that often resulted in static models and artificial distinctions. For instance, dividing direct and indirect incubation, where direct incubation is the god directly operating on the worshipper during dream, and indirect incubation is the god prescribing a therapy in dream, or between or emphasizing too much differences between pagan and Christian practices of incubation. More recently, although these categories have been refined, the tendency to treat incubation as a historically static phenomenon has not been entirely overcome. As a result, the historical variability of ritual practices and their embedding with the broader cultural systems has often remained underexplored. It is precisely at this point that our approach seeks to intervene. Rather than starting from predefined categories such as religion, medicine, or magic, which, as has often been noted, are themselves historically unstable, we propose to focus on the underlying cognitive and ritual devices that structure these practices. In this perspective, incubation or any other healing ritual is not treated as an isolated phenomenon, but as one specific codification of a broader set of ritual techniques aimed at producing and managing encounters and exchanges with the invisible. This shift of perspective builds on several important theoretical contributions. The work of historian of religion Angelo Brelic, for instance, has highlighted the structural connection between mantics, healing, initiation, and other ritual practices, emphasizing the need to move beyond individual cult figures and to focus instead on ritual forms. Similarly, Marcel Mauss' very well-known notion of gift and counter-gift allows us to understand epiphany as a form of divine response, while the concept of liminality, developed by Arnold van Gennep and Victor Turner, provides a key framework for interpreting the transitional states associated with visionary experiences. More recently, cognitive approaches to religion have further emphasized the role of ritual in shaping perception, expectation, and experience. Our starting point is the fact that at the heart of this ritual phenomena lies a dual dynamic, their profoundly performative nature and their inherent function as therapeutic practices, aiming at healing in various forms. More specifically, we approach these rituals as performative technologies of transformation. Cultural anthropology and history of religions have long established that any ritual is, by definition, a performative act, one that is enacted simultaneously for the invisible powers to whom it is addressed and for the community of participants. In this sense, performance is not secondary to ritual, it is constitutive of its efficacy. From the ecstatic dances of the Bacchic rites to the choreographed movements of initiates at Eleusis, from the invocation of divine presence in the healing sanctuaries to the participatory dynamic of the nymph's cult, and from Neoplatonic theurgic enactments to the exorcistic performances of late antiquity, these rites share the reliance of movement on movement, voice, and collective enactment. It is precisely through these elements that ritual experience is structured and that participants are guided toward altered state of consciousness and processes of personal and communal transformation. The embodiment of ritual roles, whether as initiates, supplicants, or divine interlocutors, played a fundamental role in shaping the perceived reality of the ritual space, making it a locus of divine human interaction. Within this framework, healing emerges as a central function of ritual practice. However, healing must be understood here in an expanded sense, not only as physical recovery, but also as psychological, social, and even eschatological transformation. The Eleusinian mysteries, for instance, promised relief from the fear of death, offering a form of existential healing. The cult of Asclepius, through dreams and divine epiphanies, facilitated both physical and emotional restoration and social restoration. Dionysiac initiatory experiences contributed to the well-being of the initiates through the dissolution of personal constraints and the renewal of social bonds. The cult of the nymphs offered purification and reintegration into the natural and divine order. Neoplatonic theurgy sought to elevate the soul and restore harmony between the human and the divine, while exorcistic rituals were explicitly designed to remove malevolent forces and restore the afflicted individual spiritual and physical well-being. The aim of today's workshop, however, is not to exhaust these examples, which serve rather as a theoretical framework, but to explore specific aspects of this relationship. Milena Melfi and Angela Bellia will focus on different dimensions of healing within the cult of Asclepius, while Donatella Tronca will guide us through the ritualized and therapeutic practices of choreographed movement at the dawn of the Middle Ages. Finally, in my own paper, I will present some of the most recent results of my research, along with a number of open questions intended to stimulate discussion. By bringing together these perspectives, from religious studies, archaeology, anthropology, and performance theory, we aim to shed new light on the complex relationship between ritual action and healing efficacy across cultures and historical periods. This brings me to a final methodological point, which structures our entire approach. The relationship between performance and healing can be understood as a two-way dynamic. First, healing as performance, meaning the staging of the healing process in a ritualized and choreographed way. This perspective ultimately goes back to Marcel Mauss and his notion of techniques of the body, and has recently been further developed in studies on the therapeutic gestures in classical Greece. Importantly, this approach extends beyond sanctuaries to include the medical practice itself, where the correct performance of therapeutic gestures was highly valued in Hippocratic medicines, for example. And second, performance as healing, that is, the idea that performance itself possesses intrinsic therapeutic qualities. One immediately thinks of the famous quote from Aristotle in the Poetics, in which he talks about the cathartic value of performance, of dramatic performance. But this connection is in fact much broader. It appears in the pre-Socratic philosophers, continues in the Hippocratic medical practices and writings. It is still witnessed by Galen and Elius Aristides in the 2nd century CE, and roughly at the same time, it becomes an object of reflection for early Christian authors, including Tertullian, thus pointing toward a longer historical trajectory. By exploring this twofold relationship, we hope to open new perspectives on the way in which ancient societies conceptualized and enacted healing through performance. And I should stop here and give space to our wonderful speakers. And first, we should call Milena Melfi.
Before let's start.
Traditions. Per lo Zoom. So thanks, Milena, for talking about words, performance, and commemorative practice in description of Isillos and Epidavros.
So thank you very much. Thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me to this very exciting workshop. I must say that I'm presenting here only a case study, but the case study fits very well with the introduction. I think I'm very pleased for the introduction of both Christy and Luigi, because I think it touches upon precisely those issues that we've been talking about. So today I will be discussing the description of Isillos of Epidaurus. This is a very long and complex text, generally dated around 280 BC. Don't worry if you don't see it, it's very small, because I will discuss the various parts separately in the next slides. So I must say, confess that I will not touch upon the whole text, because I was completely overwhelmed by the length and complexity of the text. But we will discuss a few of the parts which are relevant for our theme today. So the inscription consists of 7 sections, 2 in prose and 5 in verse. The prose is used for Isillos' personal dedication and the report of the Delphi consultation that authorizes actions, while the verse sections move through different meters and genres. An initial political statement in trochaic tetrameters, a sacred law, and a short etiological comparison, also in elevated verse, dactylic hexameters, the paean itself in ionics, and finally a miracle narrative in dactylic hexameters. In several sections, the layout respects symmetrical division, although in the paean, this correspondence breaks down, probably because the stonecutter was working under spatial constraints. This mixture of prose and poetry, law and hymn, genealogy and miracle story makes the monument very unusual. For this reason, the inscription has attracted considerably scholarly attention, especially from literary, philological, and historical perspectives. Studies such as those of Wilamowitz, Kolde, Sinot, and others have emphasized its metrical variety, its political language, its relationship with various literary texts, and the function of the paean within the civic and religious ideology of Epidaurus. Well, as you can see, I've presented you the text in translation. This means that I'm not going into the literary and textual complexities of the text, but my aim here is to build on the previous approaches and shift the emphasis towards the materiality and the archaeology of the stele. So the stele itself is the stele itself is a monument embedded in the sanctuary landscape and practice. It was discovered by Cavadias in 1885 during the excavations of the incubation hall, the Stoa Abaton, east of the Temple of Asclepius, and allegedly near the Yamata, the three large stelae that Luigi already mentioned, containing circa 70 inscribed tales of miracles performed by Asclepius. Oops. Its size, about 127 meters high, 53 centimeters wide, and 10 centimeters thick, is comparable in Athens scale to the Yamata stele, which are about 170 meter high, although it's somewhat smaller. It suggests that the inscription was also displayed. This suggests that the inscription was also displayed in their proximity. Most likely, the Yamata originally stood on stone bases discovered at the time of the early excavations along the eastern wall of the Abaton building. And the inscription of Isillos, therefore, seemed to belong to an area of the sanctuary dedicated to healing narratives and divine epiphanies, testifying to Asclepius' power. The layout of the text is also carefully structured. The first section is a brief dedication. Isillos, son of Socrates, an Epidaurian, dedicates a monument to Apollo Maleatas and Asclepius. The fact that Isillos is presented by his name and city of origin constitutes a further point of similarity between our text and those of the Yamata, where each encounter between a supplicant and Asclepius is presented in the same way. The dedication begins with Apollo Maleatas and follows up with Asclepius, somehow introducing the ritual later described. But also recalling again the healing inscriptions, where the first two dedicatory lines, similarly written in larger letters, address first Apollo and then Asclepius. The main difference here is the attribute of Apollo, defined for the first time as Maleatas, an epithet never attested before in the sanctuary and seemingly of geographical origin, possibly derived from the toponym Malea, well attested in the Peloponnese, especially around Sparta and Mount Parnon. The second section moves abruptly from dedication to political principle. Here, Isillos states that the city becomes stronger when it properly advances men towards aristocracy, and that it is safer when it punishes those who fall back into baseness. This is not yet a ritual prescription. It is a constitutional statement. Before Isillos tells us what the city must perform, he tells us what kind of city Epidaurus ought to be. This statement resonates with what little we know about the political organization of Epidaurus. Traditionally aligned with Sparta, belonging to the Dorian world, it was known for its oligarchic structure, in which political authority was concentrated in a limited citizen body. Plutarch, in his Moralia, Greek Questions, writes that in Epidaurus there were 180 men who directed the state, and the majority of the population who lived in the countryside were called konipodes, dusty feet, because they were recognized by the dust on their feet when they came down to the city. This statement, therefore, on the one hand, enlarges the perspective from a single individual to a whole community. On the other, activates an oligarchic model of Epidaurian order to be performed in ritual form. The procession that follows will not simply honor the gods, it will at the same time stage the city, as Isilos believes it ought to be. The fact that this section is in trocate tetrameters suggests that it was part of a possible performance. Since the ritual began in the city of Epidaurus, this opening political section could have functioned as a public proclamation. Its trochaic rhythm, with its brisk, forceful steps, would have been suitable for summoning the civic body and articulating the political order that the procession was about to enact. A confirmation of this public participation can be found in the following section that contains the sacred law. I quote, the sacred law discovered and dedicated to Apollo and Asclepius by Isilos. This appears, in fact, to have been ratified by the people, and I quote, all the people, the Damos, lifting their hands to the wide heaven, to the blessed gods, and set it up as a binding rule of our fatherland. The ritual therefore begins with a civic act of assembly, culminated with a vote mediated by Isilos. It follows that the most appropriate space for collective gathering, voting, proclamation, and perhaps the reading or performance of the opening sections in the city of Epidaurus would have been the small theatre located at the beginning of the peninsula where the old city was built. This was constructed around the middle of the 4th century BC in the city's agora and had a capacity of circa 2,000 spectators. Its civic function is suggested by both its location and the presence of a large number of inscriptions, especially by civic officers such as the daimiorgoi, the fruroi, the agoranomoi, who dedicated the seats and parts of the building. The sacred law further stages the city of Epidaurus in its more granular political components in another series of elevated, authoritative, and epic dactylic hexameters that can only be imagined, in my opinion, in a theatrical setting. It prescribes, I quote, to choose and announce by tribe, philas, the best men, aristeusi, in the city, the polis, of course, of Epidaurus, those who have in their hearts virtue and reverence that safeguard the city, to summon them and to have them lead a procession to Lord Phoebus and to his son Asclepius, the physician, dressed in white garments and with flowing hair. End of quote. After all people, the Damos, have gathered together for the vote, it is now only the aristoi, the best men, who are publicly chosen by tribe to lead the procession. This tribal organization is not an abstract detail. In the 4th and 3rd century BCE, the political and civic life of Epidaurus was structured through philae. The evidence suggests a fourfold system, including the Hilaes, the Dimanes, the Ismenitai, and the Azantioi, bearing the early memory of the traditional Dorian tribes. These appear in inscriptions connected with civic offices, building activity, proximity decrees, and cultic organization. There were also functioning territorial divisions that reflected the physical extension of the polis, and in addition to the comai, mapped the Epidaurian population onto the territory. The selection of participants by tribe, therefore, means that the procession reproduced the civic structure of Epidaurus in visible form and performed its constitution. The fact that the aristoi wear white garments and have long flowing hair adds further social and political resonance. The white garments mark ritual purity, but long hair in Dorian and especially Spartan context was associated with a specific elite civic identity. Xenophon tells us that Lycurgus ordered Spartan men who had passed the age of hebetiki to wear their hair long. This refers to a stage of early adulthood after the age of 20, but before full maturity at around 30. If Isilos is really drawing on this Dorian Spartan symbolic vocabulary, the long-haired participants in the procession are probably to be imagined as young elite male citizens, old enough to represent the martial and civic strengths of the city, but still marked as a distinct age group. When this carefully staged image of the polis starts moving towards the two divine recipients of the rituals, we're forced to think about the root archaeologically. The Aristoi are called to lead a solemn procession to the temple of Apollo, bearing garlands of laurel, and then to the temple of Asclepius, bearing branches of tender olive shoots. The steps are clear. From the gathering, possibly in the small theater of Epidaurus, to the sanctuary of Apollo Maleatas, and then to that of Asclepius, with an unusual change of objects during the ceremony, from garland of laurel to olive branches, that seems to mark a real transition within the ritual. The change of objects seems to correspond to a change of recipient, a change of sanctuary, and a change of performed words. Topographically, the text creates a problem because it requires the procession to go first to Apollo and then to Asclepius. Now, the best-known pilgrimage road from Epidaurus led directly to the Asclepieion and has now been partly integrated in the local hiking network. And there's Epidaurus Dromos that runs every year, apparently in that using the old route from the city of Epidaurus to the sanctuary of Asclepius. It began at the port of Epidaurus, passed through the area of modern Epano-Epidavros, continued south past Coloti Hill and the spring below the church of Arius Andreas, then followed the slope about the Tsipianiti stream and merged with the modern-day road to Nafplio before reaching the sanctuary through the propylea of the Asclepieion. This route is supported by an inscription found in 1949, dated to the 3rd century BC, and by road markers identified during later work. If the procession followed this route, it should have reached the propylon of the Asclepieion first and then turned towards Apollo Maleata before entering the sacred space. And this is quite cumbersome. So basically, arrival first. Anyway, it doesn't matter, you can see it, I think. Arriving first with the propylon, then to Apollo Maleata, and then back again to the Asclepieion with the same route. An alternative possibility is that the procession went directly to the sanctuary of Apollo Maleatas before proceeding to the Asclepieion. In this case, a least cost path analysis suggests a route that initially coincides with the traditional one, but turns south after Epano-Epidavros, skirts the Kinotian Massif along a river gorge, and approaches the sanctuary of Apollo Maleatas from the northeast, before descending towards the Asclepieion, so without repeating the same route. The topography of Apollo Maleatas strengthens this reconstruction since the propylon of the sanctuary is oriented westward, precisely towards the direction from which one would approach from Epidaurus. This second reconstruction would fit better the logic of the text. The sanctuary of Asclepius was Pan-Hellenic, visited by outsiders through the main processional route, and potentially detachable from, from the city itself. Isillos might have resisted that separation by binding the god, the sanctuary, and the surrounding landscape back to Epidaurus. On the route to Apollo, to the sanctuary of Apollo Maleata, whatever solution we agreed to adopt for the route, the participants would have been wearing laurel wreaths, while, I quote, praying to grant forever to all citizens and to their children good health, and to grant that the noble character, the Calogathian, of the men of Epidaurus always prevail, together with good order, ethnomia, and peace, Irene, and blameless wealth, Plutus, from season to season, so long as they revere this law. It is generally accepted that this collective prayer was sung and corresponds to the paean in Ionics that follows, to which, I quote again, all people who dwell the sacred Epidaurus are who dwell in the sacred Epidaurus are invited to join at the sound of Yepean. This opening is performatively and politically important. Performatively, because the most plausible reconstruction is that the selected group of elite young men sang as the leading chorus, while the wider community joined at least in the refrain. Politically, because this choral structure mirrors the territorial and constitutional structure of Epidaurus again. The evidence suggests, in fact, that the aristocratic Dorian elements of the polis were concentrated in the city, while the other groups and territorial divisions extended into the countryside. The procession, therefore, reconstituted the civic body across space. The urban tribes initiated and led the ritual, but as the procession moved through the Epidaurian countryside and the paean invited the people to sing, the wider civic community could have symbolically gathered into the performance. The song, or paean, consisted in a very local and idiosyncratic version of the genealogy of Asclepius that I'm not going to discuss here because it's another very prickly subject. It starts with Zeus, who gave the muse Erato in marriage to Amalos, clearly derived from the name of the deity. Their daughter Cleophema married Phlegyas, who is explicitly made an inhabitant of Epidaurus. From this union was born Egla Coronis, who slept with Apollo and gave birth to Asclepius in the sanctuary. The paean genealogy was not sung into an empty space. On arrival at the sanctuary of Apollo, most divine names would have resonated with the cultic landscape around the performance. Small altars and dedications dated to the 4th century BC and found in the sanctuary are in fact dedicated to Zeus, to Erato, to Mnemosyne, to the Muses in general, to the Moirai, and to Leto, all mentioned in the genealogy of Isillos. The performance could therefore have activated the landscape, turning the sanctuary of Apollo Maleatas into the spatial setting for the ritual sacrifices and prayers for all the members of the birth entourage of Asclepius. After the genealogy, the song turns toward Asclepius, and the refrain Iepean is now addressed to the healing god. I quote, "Hail to you, Asclepius." In the hope of a collective healing of all, this is in the hope of a collective healing for all members of the civic community as defined by Isillos. This formulation is central to the whole inscription. So it says, Iepean, hail to you, Asclepius, in making your mother city of Epidaurus prosper. May you send bright health to our minds and bodies. We're speaking of mental and physical restoration. Iepean. So this formulation is central to the whole inscription. Health is not only physical, it includes mental, moral, and civic condition as well, and reconnects with the sacred law, which I mentioned before, that had already prayed for the health, for the good order, for the peace, for the noble character, Kalogagatia, the blameless wealth of the city, of the citizens. The paean concentrates these values into the healing power of Asclepius now. Apollo is put on the side. This shift from Apollo to Asclepius in the paean, I believe, would be the most plausible moment for the change of ritual, for the passage from laurel wreaths to olive branches, and for the movement now towards the Asclepieion. A hypothetical architectural setting for this transition, and this is just an idea, may be offered by the building known as Temple L, located between the sanctuary of Apollo Maleatas and the central area of the Asclepieion. Cavadias had already observed the remains of this temple, oddly peripheral, and more recent work by Labrinoudakis, Prignitz, and Kazolias emphasized that this structure belongs to the monumental landscape of the Asclepieion, being part of the same building program, and stood precisely in the intermediate zone between the two main cultic poles. Finally, the last section of the text, again in authoritative dactylic tetrameters, tells the miracle witnessed either by Isillos himself as a child or by a child whose testimony was collected by Isillos. And this is another prickly question on which I'm not getting. In this miracle, Asclepius saved Sparta when Philip led an army against it. A sick boy encounters a god. The god appears, the god speaks. The salvation of a whole community follows, not of the child for which the god says that he will come later. The precise historical definition of the Philip who was threatening Sparta is debated, and this is again not the place to discuss this problem in detail. The two main possibilities are usually Philip II in connection with his intervention in Laconia after Chaeronea in 338 BC, that I prefer, or Philip III Aridaeus in the troubled years around 317, 316 BC. But what matters here is that the episode situates Asclepius in the context of war against the Macedonians and political salvation within a pro-Spartan political climate. Asclepius himself appears in this miracle as a warrior in golden armor, shining in your golden armor. At the same time, the narrative clearly draws on the model of the Yamata, where the encounter between a human and a god brings a miraculous resolution. In this case, he saves a whole city. In this respect, the possible performance of this final section in the central area of the Asclepieion would have been particularly appropriate. The sculptural program of the Temple of Asclepius explicitly connects the god and his family with heroic and martial contexts. The east pediment represented the sack of Troy and likely included Machaon and Podalirius, the son of Asclepius, as warrior healers, while the west pediment depicted an Amazonomachy, another paradigmatic scene of Greek warfare. These themes, as I argued elsewhere, could also resonate with more recent historical memories, such as the Spartan campaigns in Asia under Agesilaus, in which the Epidaurians seem to have participated, and that was framed as a new Trojan expedition. Moreover, the arrangement of the sanctuary, especially throughout the 3rd century developments, reinforced the performative dimension of the setting. Along the main processional route, a series of exedrae and honorific monuments created over time a structured space for viewing and participation, marking the path of ritual movement and offering privileged seating for the elite groups. If, as it seems likely, Isilo's procession followed this route, the final narrative would have been performed in a space already associated both with the visual language of heroic warfare and with the epigraphic display of healing narratives in the nearby Abaton. The miracle of Asclepius saving Sparta would thus have stood at the intersection of these two traditions. It would have echoed the Yamata in form while elevating their meaning into the political sphere, presenting Asclepius not only as healer of individuals, but as a Doric hero, savior of the cities. To conclude, the inscription of Isilos, generally dated to around 280 BCE, appears fully rooted in the monumental landscape and historical circumstances of the city of Epidaurus and the sanctuary of Asclepius in the last third of the 4th century BCE. After the Battle of Chaeronea in 338 BCE, Epidaurus, like much of the Peloponnese, entered a period of political instability and external pressure. Incorporated into the Macedonian-led settlement of Greece, the city was drawn into shifting alliances and conflicts among larger powers, including the struggle of the Diadochi, the presence of the Macedonian garrisons, and the competing influence of neighboring states such as Argos and Sparta. Although Epidaurus remained broadly aligned with Sparta, which is present throughout Isilos' text, and maintained its traditional oligarchy structure, its autonomy was increasingly constrained and threatened. Its territory and sanctuaries became part of a wider geopolitical network. In this context, Isilos' inscription enforces and monumentalizes a ritual of civic healing. Its material setting near the Yamata frames Asclepius as a god of salvation. Its root binds Epidaurus to Apollos Maleatas and the Asclepieion. Its paean maps divine genealogy into the sanctuary topography, and its sacred law stages the political body of the city in motion. By staging disorder across the territory, the text of the inscription turns performance into a form of restoration where the health of the people depended on the recovery of their ancestral order. Thank you.
That was a very exciting proposal, Milena, thanks. We will have a moment for question and answers after the following presentation. the one of Angela Bellia. Thanks again to Milena Melfi for this very interesting proposal and contextualization of a very important document such as the Plan of Isillas. And now we turn to music, ritual, and healing. Just give me a moment to make sure that we are sharing correctly also with anyone who is following us on Zoom. Okay. Perfect. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I am very pleased to be here today, and I would like to thank the organizers, especially Christy Constantakopoulou and Luigi Lafasciano. It's easier for me, for their kind invitation, and I would like to give the congratulations once again to Luigi Fasciano. He won an important and prestigious Marie Skłodowska-Curie fellowship, and this is a very important point of his career. In this contribution, I intend to examine literary, epigraphical, and archaeological sources to investigate the potential therapeutic use of lyric poetry or melos. According to the Platonic definition, song is an entity comprising three elements: text, harmony, and rhythm, together with the sound of musical instruments. My objective is thus to explore the possible existence of melotherapy as a consolidated curative practice within the cult of Asclepius during the Greek and Roman eras. As is well known, the cult of Asclepius was an iatromantic tradition that developed in Greece from the second half of the 5th century BC and spread throughout the Mediterranean basin until the early centuries of the Christian era. Through this cult, worshippers obtain the necessary remedies for the recovery and maintenance of their health or healing. Therapeutic activities were integrated into the cultic practices performed within the Asclepia, which were conceived as actual hospitals, for using a modern term, with all that this imply in terms of both dedicated staff and accommodation facilities. Consequently, curative treatments formed part of a cult itinerary that culminated in the ritual of incubation. During this ritual, the patient would encounter the god in a dream and, upon awakening, receive either the prescription of a treatment or a miraculous healing. This journey included a series of rituals, both preceding and following the incubation, which were translated into therapeutic actions. At the same time, these were essential for facilitating direct contact with the deity or divinities. Although such remedies often coincided with those prescribed by contemporary empirical medicine within the framework of the cult, they become an even more effective thaumaturgic instrument. Historical, religious, and archaeological studies have enabled the reconstruction of a relatively detailed overview of the therapeutic activities practices within the Asclepia. These studies have primarily focused on the prescription of physical exercise, fasting, and herbal remedies, while also highlighting the application of specific treatments. Among these, hydrotherapy, for example, held a fundamental role, involving either the topical use of running water on the afflicted parts of the body or the consumption of healing water, a practice uninterrupted, attested in the cult of the god from the Greek period through to the Roman imperial age. Conversely, as far as melotherapy is concerned, specific studies regarding the implementation within the Asclepieian cult remain scarce to this day. This is despite the fact that since the final decades of the last century, there has been a significant expansion in research concerning the importance and role of music in Greek and Roman culture, society, and religion, thereby establishing a scholarly field dedicated to ancient psychophysiology and music therapy. It is indeed well established that the beneficial effects of music on the human psyche were thoroughly understood in ancient Greece. In fact, traditional medicine attributed to music the power to heal a wide range of ailments, encompassing both psychological and physical conditions. In this regard, it has already been noted, particularly through a reading of the works of Plato and Theophrastus, as well as the Hippocratic corpus, that not only philosophical speculation, but also scientific medicine regarded music as capable of re-equilibrating disturbed mental and physical states. Music was employed to treat disorders stemming from inner distress, such as states of agitation, fear, or terror. It was used to soothe anger, to instill courage, to alleviate the toil of labor, and even to treat epilepsy and sciatica. These results, especially when a musical instrument was played according to the practice of catachlesis, direct towards the patient, or more precisely, applied directly to the afflicted part of the body. Furthermore, it has been significantly highlighted that Plato likens the role of the musician to that of the physician, drawing a parallel between the concept of health and that of musical harmony. Indeed, within the writings of the Hippocratic corpus, musical terminology is frequently employed to articulate and expand upon medical matters. In particular, philosophical speculation in Greek scientific medicine attributed an enhanced curative efficacy to sacred lyric poetry, following the well-known Aristotelian concept of catharsis, that is, the capacity to produce therapeutic effects and to induce a state of physical well-being. Moreover, the hymn dedicated to the deity and performed during religious ceremonies held significant cultic value, as it becomes a cathartic instrument capable of establishing communication between the worshipper and the divine. Regarding the use of melotherapy within the cult of Asclepius, the exegesis of literary, epigraphical, and archaeological evidence has yielded positive results, confirming its application in alleviating both physical and psychological suffering. Undoubtedly, the thaumaturgic power of poetic musical performances was perfectly suited to a sanctuary where individual well-being was the primary objective, and where a direct encounter with the deity was sought through a dialogue that found its most effective expression in the energetic force released through song and sound. Visitors to the sanctuaries of Asclepius encountered a series of structures specifically designed for healing, integrating into a deeply evocative setting and enriched by the lush vegetation of the sacred grove. Within this space, music, sound, and song resonated through the sanctuary soundscape at all hours of the day, creating an inviting and relaxing sound mark, a distinct Celtic sound mark. The sacred grove served as the ideal location, a locus amenus suffused with the soft ambient sounds of nature, providing the perfect sonic environment for the encounter between the human and the divine. It was therefore the stage for festivals, sacrifices, votive offerings, and other specific ceremonies. Simultaneously, it held significant importance both as a physical and oral landscape, offering a natural shelter from the sun and the midday heat for the many pilgrims arriving in need of the god's care. Within this atmosphere, the worshipper became an active participant in thaumaturgic experience, where melodies, sounds, chants lent emphasis to the ritual, thereby facilitating a direct and profound connection with the deity. Within this sonic atmosphere, those who turned to Asclepius seeking relief from their suffering become participants in thaumaturgic sensory experience. In this context, sound lent a particular emphasis to the ritual being performed, facilitating contact between the deity and the devotee and the worshippers, and consequently leading the miraculous healing, Milena told us. Numerous epigraphs dedicated by worshippers in Asclepia testify that during the performance of the cult, there were specific moments closely linked to the sacrificial ritual in which the intonation of hymns, the performance of hymns or paeans, often followed a direct command from Asclepius himself. These musical performances thus formed an integral part of the therapeutic prescriptions that the faithful received through the voice of the deity in order to achieve recovery. The text of many such paeans are recorded in inscriptions that were displayed within the sanctuaries, either inside the temple or in its immediate vicinity. These were positioned where they could be seen by all pilgrims alongside an anatomical ex voto. The epigraph constituted a customary offering to the god, intended either to invoke his benevolent attention in times of suffering or more frequently as an act of thanksgiving for a successful healing. In the majority of instances, these offerings consist of marble stele, or on which episodes of healing were described. In cases where the inscription featured a song dedicated to deity, the gift manifested a desire to establish a still more relationship between the god and the worshipper. Within this framework, the act of charis was reciprocated by the offering of a song, the charisterios. This specific term denotes the god's benevolence in two inscriptions from the Roman imperial period dedicated to a physician named Nicomedes. Hymns and paeans dedicated to the god were in essence prayers. Their performance and reception acted as a potent thaumaturgic instrument underpinned by the magical religious meaning that musical performance possesses in alleviating certain conditions, particularly those of a nervous or psychosomatic nature. This form of therapy manifested in both active and passive modes, depending on whether the worshippers were assigned the role of the direct protagonist in the chant or that of a simple listener. Melotherapy, as employed in the cult of Asclepius, also encompassed theatrical performances. Within this context, poetic text, choruses, voices, accompanied by music and dance and ritual movements, had a position of a great significance and fulfilled a curative purpose based upon the well-known Aristotelian principle of catharsis. This is a particular point of view. It is therefore noteworthy that the theater was a distinctive architectural component of the majority Asclepiae, as it is well known, of the Greek world, such as those of Athens, Epidaurus, Corinth, and Pergamon, to name but the most prominent. The existence of a formal link between theatrical displays and the Asclepian cult is further corroborated by the solemn sacrifices performed by poets and actors in honor of the god Athens on the day preceding the great Dionysia, the day in which the god appearance. The hymns were performed with musical accompaniment. This is a photo of made by Stelios Psaurodakis that it is present. He is present today. That hymns were performed with musical accompaniment is further evidenced by the fact that specific instruments are recorded in the inventories of property held by the Asclepiae. These appear alongside other sacred furnishing essential for the performance of rituals, such as the aulos and the lyra. A notable inscription from the sanctuary of Epidaurus, dating to the second half of the 4th century BC, mentions bronze cymbala, bearing a dedication to Asclepius by a certain Michaelis. Actual specimens dating to the early 5th century BC have been recovered from the sanctuary itself, specifically from the so-called Building E. The discovery of these instruments in this particular location is of profound significance and meaning, as the building has been interpreted as the site where the ritual of incubation was conducted during the 5th century BC. Moreover, the recovery of inscribed bronze cymbala carries substantial historical and religious weight, owing to the apotropaic and cathartic virtues attributed to the bronze in the ancient world. Also from the sanctuary of Epidaurus comes a document of exceptional significance, an inscription discovered in 1977 that preserved musical notation. It thus constitutes the earliest attestation of one of the very few surviving examples that record both melody and lyrics together. While dedication to Asclepius is a restoration, it appears highly probable given the find spot of the epigraph. The text is composed in hexameters and epigraphically dates to the 3rd century AD. However, according to the editor, it may be attributed to the 3rd century BC, as it employs the chromatic genus, a musical style typical of the Hellenistic age that had fallen out of fashion by the imperial era. The epigraph is an extraordinary document because musical notation is recorded above the first line, two groups of notes separated by a pause, rendered graphically by a lemma. Analysis of the rhythmic symbols suggests a melody composed to be repeated identically for each verse. Such a repetitive melodic structure can also be hypothesized for the majority of the surviving hymns, as evidenced by recurring invocations to Asclepius, frequently identified by epithet Paian, which serves as a kind of refrain, may be accompanied by the movement of the body. The text of these hymns frequently provide detailed information regarding their own performance modalities. They attest that songs were performed by devotees upon the direct command of the god himself, and occasionally by children's choruses, who whose permanent presence within the sanctuaries may be reasonably hypothesized. From these testimonies, it emerges that during the Greek period, there was a specific ritual moment dedicated to offering a song to the god of medicine. This practice was well consolidated and intrinsically linked to the moment of ritual sacrifice, one of the most evocative and significant stages of the cult. Furthermore, it is highly plausible that choruses of children resided permanently within the sanctuary. Their voices would have been joined from time to time by those of the pilgrims who participated in singing by reading the text directly from the displayed epigraphs. In cases where the song was intoned directly by the faithful, we possess detailed information from an inscription discovered at Eritrea in Ionia, dating between 380 and 360 BC. This inscription preserved the text of a lex sacra containing precise prescriptions, including the specific timing for the singing of the paean and the text of the paean itself. It explicitly states that on the occasion of religious festivities, when the city performs sacrifices to Asclepius, the offerings must first be made in the name of the entire community. Subsequently, individual sacrifices may proceed. The text stimulates that after sleeping within the temple of Asclepius, incubation, one must perform a sacrifice to God, return to offer a sacrifice to Apollo, and upon offering the sacred portion of the victim, perform the paean 3 times. The presence of children's choruses in the liturgy, in the ceremony, is further corroborated by an inscription from Epidaurus, which described a scene of animal sacrifice and the offering of vegetables upon the altar of Apollo. This inscription mentions the participants in the ritual who were entitled to a share of the sacrificial victims, explicitly citing the members of the chorus among them. The mention of children who can be identified as members of the chorus is also found in another inscription from the site of Eritrea. This text preserves a highly celebrated hymn, which records a brief genealogy, as Milena says us, of Asclepius and a prayer for the god to look upon the city with benevolent eyes and grant it prosperity. 3 other copies of this inscription have been preserved, discovered in various locations across the Mediterranean and dating to different chronological periods. Furthermore, an inscription from the Asclepieion of Athens preserved a hymn composed by Macedonius, a poet of the 1st century BC. In this instance, the chorus consists of young Athenians who invoke Asclepius as paean to protect them from disease. The text asserts that those who sing of the god's wisdom with hymns worthy of praise receive prosperity in return. Another fundamental document is the so-called Paean of Sophocles, and the hymn describes the culminating moment of a ceremony in which a hymn is intoned before the altar of Asclepius, accompanied by the aulos. Moreover, in the mutilated final section of the inscription, certain letters survive that can likely be reconstructed as lyra. A source attributed to the same period, attributed to Philostratus the Younger, informs us that the god himself had commanded Sophocles to compose this paean. The epigraphical evidence presented thus far highlights the existence of a traditional ritual that remained largely unchanged from the Greek to the Roman period, a time during which melotherapy continued to be successfully employed. Regarding the Roman imperial era, although inscriptions are less numerous, we possess an exhaustive and invaluable source, the Sacred Tales of Aelius Aristides. In this work, the rhetorician traces the history of his own illness, describing the therapies that led to his recovery at the sanctuary of Pergamon. A reading of this account provides detailed information on the curative remedies used and testifies as late as the 2nd century AD to the existence of a long-standing and consolidated medical tradition. Within Aristides' work, a reference is made to therapeutic procedures based on the exercise of the word, the text, the word, the voice, often accompanied by music, a form of logotherapy practices within the porticos of the sanctuary. This practice had established the Asclepieion of Pergamon as a gathering place for a circle of intellectuals, philosophers, physicians, poets, and rhetoricians, all seeking to restore their physical and intellectual faculties. Roman medicine, much like its Greek predecessor, valued the application of similar therapies. For example, Galen, the renewed physician from Pergamon and contemporary of Aelius Aristides, records that for certain patients, Asclepius would describe a variety of mental exercises. These involved the composition of odes, comic mimes, and songs, alongside the physical activities such as hunting, riding, and all aimed at soothing and regulating the passions and rebalancing the bodily humors. On several occasions, Aristides stresses how the personally experienced the curative power of singing, music, ritual movements, and exercise of the spoken word. To draw some brief concluding remarks from the document examined, we may assert that all these testimonies contribute to the definition of a highly complex historical, religious, and musical framework. Within this context, musical and oral and sonic experience played a prominent role alongside the other therapeutic activities practices within the Asclepieia. In these sanctuaries, crowded with vast numbers of pilgrims, every aspect of the ritual itinerary constituted a distinctive stage in the pursuit of healing. Consequently, the various activities that comprised the cult became first-rate therapeutic and thaumaturgic instruments in which the patient was the protagonist, unconditionally accepting the prescriptions bestowed by the god. Music, understood in the Greek sense of the term as a synthesis, encompassing the entire realm of sound, rhythm, and movement, constituted a cure for both body and spirit through the devotee's oral experience. The documented dissemination of copies of hymns across various locations reflects a deliberate effort to standardize the cult of God throughout its different outspots, and a fact further corroborated by the comparison of anatomical ex voto and the recurrence of analogous topographical and architectural schemes in geographically distant context, given that the deity's sphere of competence concerns such a delicate facet of human experience as the maintenance of health. It was vital for pilgrims found consistent therapeutic responses in every sanctuary. This undoubtedly fostered the development of a long and consolidated medical religious tradition, which, due to its exceptional longevity across the centuries, remains a unicum within the Greco-Roman religious landscape and sacred soundscape. Thank you so much for your attention. Grazie.
And thank you so much, Angela, for this brilliant excursus in the oral aspects of epiphany and healing. Yes, if you want to stay here now, we have a session of question and answers, and I shall invite also Milena to come here. If you want, Milena, you can sit here, and I will give the microphone to whoever wants to ask you questions. But, okay.
Metti al centro.
Okay. So we open it only. Okay. Who has questions in the room? I will check also if we have questions online.
For both, it's a question to both speakers. On the question of the long-standing question of whether the paeans were actually just sang as the choir stood still, or whether they moved, they danced as they sang the paeans. So the evidence is that in Delphi, we have two paeans written in the critic rhythm, yes, the meter, the critic, the paeonic meter. Then we have the Berlin papyrus paean, which is written in tetraseme rhythm. And now you mention from the Sikilos inscription, not Sikilos, the Isilos inscription, that there is the paean in Ionics. And that brings me back to the question I raised earlier, whether Ionics is a rather moving rhythm, and I cannot believe that it was not danced somehow. There was no gesture of any kind while it was being sung by, as in a monody or rather a chorus. Do you have any idea of whether there was a connection between the performance of a paean and the execution of a parallel dance? From your survey of the evidence now?
I didn't found evidence of a dance, but there is evidence of movements that accompanied the rhythm of this text. I wouldn't use the term of a dance, but ritual movements in this case. In connection with the paeans or this realm of Asclepius. I think that it's more precise. Ritual movements.
Ritual movements, where everybody executes the same ritual movements altogether.
Yes.
Choreographed in a way. Yeah.
Choreography in this sense is more has a nuance of aesthetic. When it is connected with the religious, with cult, it more precise to use the term of ritual movements. There are very new publication in this. There is a book that established this difference between dance. When dance is in the cultic context, is more precise to use the ritual movements.
Okay, but there is some movement.
Yes.
Of the body.
Yes.
They're not still.
Not still.
Standing still. Yeah.
Not.
I don't think I have much to add. I mean, I'm only an archaeologist, but it's that in some cases, I think you have indications of raising the hands or something like that. And I mean, I cannot say how choreographed that would be, but certainly when there's raising the hands to the god, they would be doing it all together. Or in the case of waving the branches of olive and so on, I would imagine something like this. But I think it's very difficult to unless there's a precise prescription of the movement of some. It's very difficult to say.
Thank you for your questions.
I might add concerning ritual movement. It's very interesting this distinction Angela just introduced. Okay, we know that according to the definition proposed by Ian Rutherford, paean as a genre is in general a song dance performance. So it is that there is movement involved. In the paean of Macedonicus you evoked, there is a specific gesture evoked at the beginning of the paean where the poet addresses directly the chorus of Paianistae and tells them, place in your palm the supplicatory branch, so maybe the olive branch, and sing the paean in a circle. So that there are some scanty evidence literary of this movement.
There is a question back here.
So I have one question for each one of you. Thank you both. Milena, I like very much your approach to the hymn. I've been wondering, however, isn't this the Hycilus hymn, the paean, you know, the entire text, isn't it a little bit of a tension with the expected aspirations of a healing sanctuary? By which I mean, to me, it seems it's very civic centered. These healing sanctuaries seem to try to attract clients, if you want, like pilgrims and people asking for therapy from abroad. But this is clearly a civic affair of the Epidaurian state. So it doesn't make much into attracting outsiders. It's all about the well-being of the Epidaurians, right, and their offspring and everything. So that's my question, which is not very central to the theme of this workshop. And I wanted to ask the other speaker. I think you have gathered all this evidence very convincingly about music and what's the role in these healing cults. You haven't, I don't think you've mentioned, but you might have done silence. It seems to me that in modern medical practice, at least in the Western world, silence seems to be prioritized over music. And I have to say, this is my personal experience. When I am in pain, the last thing I want to have is sound. I found sounds as a source of distress. I expect silence, complete silence. So if you have a healing sanctuary where there are sounds all day long and all night long, when do pilgrims manage sexually during incubation to have a sleep and have a rest?
Silent is I think that it could be used in this context of as a scope of a curative scope. But sounds in Asclepian cult is present in many cases, and musical instruments, for example, are an evidence of this. But the question is to understand how type of sounds, how frequent, how, or for example, it was important the voice, the power of voice. But as a curative, as a purpose to a curative as a curative purpose. The power of a word is very important as the silent in this context, in this cultic context. silent is an important part of all the cults in a Greek world.
I'll answer my part of the question. I'm very pleased that you caught my provocation because I chose specifically an inscription and a story. Since I'm a big fan, I confess I'm still a big fan of polis religion. and I just chose this because it's an example of how the city appropriates something that is considered normally a personal religious pattern, which is the yamata, basically the healing tent, the miraculous state, the ritual plus the god, the appearance, and then this pattern we've been talking about, but is appropriated by the polis for a collective healing. So that's where we have this blurred situation. And this is precisely what I wanted to say, because we should remember that Subino input says there's no polis without religion, but there's also no religion without polis. So the two things that are so linked together that is very difficult to say. So that's why I was thinking of an alternative route, because I've been thinking of space, centuries of Asclepius, so an alternative route that the polis could have taken to go to this precise mapping, to make this precise mapping of Apollo and then Asclepius, because the normal pilgrimage route would be absolutely packed by people sort of, but with all sort of disabling conditions, going through the sanctuary, going to the sanctuaries and so on, So it's an idea, of course, but it's a way of opening a little bit this Pandora's box, where you have this intertwining of things, because again, individual versus polis. But yes, it's exactly the conundrum. Thank you for the question.
Just a comment on your comment about. Hello, congratulations to both. Just a comment on the previous comment about sound and silence. I think what defines Asclepios' the presence of music in Asclepios' cult is what Pindar says, malakes epodes, which means incantations, a very soft kind of sound. And I think that there was a distinction between the public music in the outside spaces and the sound and the use of silence within the dormitory during the incubation ritual. So we must, I think, do this kind of differentiation about what happens inside and what happens outside the abaton. And what happens inside is a very it's a use of the sound and the silence, and the sounds are very soft, should have been very soft, like an incantation or a very low impact sound, I think, according to Pindar as well.
Yes, thank you for this point, because it is important. It is important to create a difference between inside the ritual and the moment of incubation.
And the other one is very personal, the personal encounter with the god. And there is fear inside the room. But there must have been sounds, different kind of sounds, and perhaps more rhythmic and very, very low impact.
Yes, and I think that the presence of a sacred grove prepare this atmosphere of incubation, of the the meeting with the God. So it is important also to consider not only sound performed by musical instruments, but the sound in the landscape and the soundscape that where these sanctuaries were placed.
Thank you. Thank you both for a very interesting presentation. I have a question, a comment, a general comment, and then a question for Angela specifically. The general comment is the fact that I found out a lot of incredible connections with Christianity and the relationship with the word and the healing and the curative aspects in that, because Christ, apart from the relationship between Christ and Asclepius, which are already out in a sense, but the relationship between Christ and the Logos and Christ as the healer par excellence. I also found this connection when you mentioned the fact that the singing of the hymn was ordered by Asclepius themselves, and I made this connection with that passage in the Gospels in which Jesus says that we played the flute, but you didn't dance, so you didn't made a response to our request. So that the connections are incredible there. And in this same anthropological, I would say, path, I would ask about the when you mentioned the description of what they were expected to do, physical activities and fasting, especially fasting, because in penitentials, which is a very complex literary genre. I mean, it's complex because of the transmission in the Middle Ages. So it's also there is a division. So we have some Western penitential and Byzantine penitential, but specifically in Byzantine penitential, which are later, this thing of fasting, because we don't know what fasting meant in penitentials. Some think that they might have been intended as you just to have to eat bread and drink water, but this is just an assumption. In Byzantine penitential, which are later, they might think that there was the renouncing to eat meat. So they made also a sort of a calculation that in 365 days, they meet the vegetarian dishes for more than 200 days. So this fasting was just not as a punishment for things that they did, but it also must, in my opinion, should also be seen as a sort of a curative experience in places and contexts in which they eat a lot of meat. So this is my view of the penitentials, in a sense that they are meant to cure, not just to punish. Then our penitentials are later, so they speak in a certain way, but their very perspective is to cure. So I wanted to ask if you have what do they mean with this fasting in your sources? What it completely fasting or something different? So this is the question.
I find that this the reference to fasting in connection with musical parts. So this is a part outside my interest. So we can speak about this in another occasion, because it outside my focus. So, but I would like to thank you for this to raise this point, because it is very very important for me. Thank you.
There is a question back here. I come from a performance arts background, so I just want to point some associations I made and then a question. First of all, it is reminiscent all what I heard to Christianity for sure, but and in terms of the differentiation between dance and gesture, as we do, you know, the certain holy gestures, but also it's very close to practices that have been explored by Grotowski on the performance area, where also fasting and also not sleeping all night, putting the body in a state that will allow the conscious mind to back up, let's say, and allow other kind of functions that make the person more receptive to a sense of holiness or ideas or notions that go beyond the practical terrain, that had been inspired by religious practices such as the Shakers tradition, such in the US, such as Haitian traditional rituals, etc. So I see these connections. My question has to do with the facilitators, because whether this is what all of the speakers described is happening in a political plane or in a religious plane, we witness a sacred dramaturgy of sorts within a site-specific sort of like movement in space. This for sure was not happening very often. By definition, it could not happen every Sunday. So how were people aware of what exactly their role was? So I'm wondering, how were they informed? If we know, or what we know about the facilitators' roles, about what the gestures were, how they were supposed to fall into place into their role in order to participate in an effective manner. So the whole production technical side of it, I'm really wondering what we know, if we know anything. Thank you.
This is a big question, and it is difficult to answer because we have written sources, the graphical sources, but I don't think that there is a reference. I didn't found a reference of a technical aspect of choreography, but the gesture, yes, the gestures, yes, music, yes, but not a technical aspects in regards this cult. For other religious spheres, it is possible to find different movements or different organization of the choreographic organizations. For example, in the Artemis realm or in Demeter and Core. But in this case, I didn't found. But it is possible. I studied for this for this occasion some epigraphical text, and for example, archaeological evidence haven't figures in which dancers are involved in the cult of Asclepius, but we have cymbals in kimbala in Asclepius context. So it is possible. The kimbals are percussion instrument for dance, but we haven't a clear relationship. We can hypothesize that there is this instrument were accompanied the dance or movements, body movements, or to accompany the text, the vocal expressions during this cult.
Just to add a few details, because of such in the context of centuries of escapism, I think we have a couple of things to take into account. First of all, from what I heard so far, I'm not necessarily, it probably won't answer your question, but in general, a few caveats. One thing is the fact that we have to consider the clientele of a century of escapism. And if we stay with the yarmulke, with the inscriptions, people are very, very sick. So sick. So there's lots of if you do with a very brief survey, you see the amount of diseases to the lower limbs, people who can't walk, who can't operate properly, who are carried in by arms with their relatives. They've got crutches and so on. So I really am very skeptical about the participation of the supplicants in the chapels of Asclepius in these rituals. So I would imagine a sort of professional group of individuals who stays there and provides the music and the singing, especially the dance. This is my idea. But another caveat is the fact that everything we have from these sanctuaries is filtered, the officials of the sanctuary. So we have the healing tales, but the healing tales are just a collection of things that have been put together by the priests, the officers, and so on. So they are not necessarily what the individual actually perceived and how they operated. The parents, we've seen them in different copies throughout the Hellenistic Roman period. So they are documents that are known and are reproduced and in different sanctuaries and so on. So it's very difficult. I find it very difficult to penetrate this sort of bias of the evidence itself in sanctuaries of Asclepius in particular, because of the detachment between the sort of suffering humanity which populates the sanctuaries and the overwhelming presence of the clergy that sort of organize all this. So this again doesn't answer the question, but might put some sort of elements to the future, some ideas of what happens there.
Shall we read the question online? Yeah.
Question online. I just wanted to add one remark on this, that maybe it's consistent with what Angela and Milena were saying. From what concerns the point of view of, with all the caveats, of course, that Milena just expressed, for what concerns the role of facilitators, in some occasions and in some historical periods, we have some evidence, if we focus on the paeans or hymns to Asclepius, of the neokoroi or nakoroi if we are in Crete, or zakoroi if we are in Athens, cult officials actively writing paeans and inscribing paeans to Asclepius. We have in the 2nd century BC the Nakoros Sosos in the Asclepieion of Lebena. We have in the 2nd century AD Diophantus in Athens and other Zakoros. So we can imagine that these cult officials, they had a role in somehow structuring the ritual performance. On the other hand, there is a very interesting study from a recent one from Anna Golub, studying also from a literary point of view the paeans to Asclepius, and pointing out that if we want now to turn the attention to the agency of the pilgrims, of the worshippers to the sanctuary, when we consider the structure of paeans, there is quite almost always in the central section the argument that is the enumeration of the children of the god. This ritual repetition and the list of children was considered a cue for delivering an effective prayer. And it was something that it was shared by everyone, the list. It's a little bit, if you go in Christian churches today, we have in our traditions, both the Orthodox in Greece and the Catholic in Italy, and also in other religions, cues and very specific list of figures that we talk to in prayers, and this is an indirect clue for seeing the agency of the worshippers. So, but I will talk later also about this. We have a question online for Milena Melfi from Pablo Berzal. who is interested in the two approaches to the sanctuary of Epidavros. He asks, do we have any sources indicating that the alternative route to the sacred way via the eastern slope of the mountain?
Answer is no. It's just a pure hypothesis. No. It's a hypothesis that takes just simply into account the a procession that goes from A to B to C, rather than thinking of a procession that goes from A to B, then to B to C, and C to B. So
okay.
It's like a pretty point to the it's a way of accommodating narrative of this loss within the landscape. But no, I haven't done it myself, so this is another thing that I would like to check.
I think because we're going to have a roundtable discussion at
the
the end. So let's go for a coffee break, which is going to be 20 minutes rather than half an hour because we're running late. So let's meet back here at 12:15. Yeah?
12:15.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much. And let's thank the speakers.
Thanks everyone for the patience. We are back with, and we move in time to late antiquity and the Middle Ages. And Donatella Tronca will talk to us about dance, possession, and therapy.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the organization of this wonderful conference. In many ancient and medieval contexts, dance is not primarily an aesthetic object. It is a technology of the self and of the community, a way to manage affect, to restore internal order, and to reinsert bodies into a shared rhythm. Dance is thus imagined less as representation than as therapy, a practice that can move a subject from disturbance to composure, from dispersion to coherence, from isolation to community. I will follow this therapeutic logic across a long trajectory from antiquity to the Middle Ages, focusing on three main nodes: Plato, Philo of Alexandria, and late antique monastic Christianity, while integrating a broader reflection on images, imagination, and possession. In Plato's laws, choreia is not simply dance, but the combined art of rhythm and harmony, binding movement and voice into a shared form. Human beings are defined by their capacity to perceive order in movement and sound and to embody it collectively. Choreia, therefore, belongs to paideia. It forms both the individual and the city. The therapeutic dimension becomes explicit when Plato addresses altered states. In ritual contexts, such as Bacchic frenzy, individuals appear ekphrones, out of their mind, yet dance and music do not express this disorder, they cure it. By inserting the body into measured rhythm, choreia brings the subject back to a state of regained composure and awareness. The movement from ekphron to emphron is not metaphorical but enacted. The body is literally retrained into order. Plato put it as follows in his laws. Thus, when mothers have children suffering from sleeplessness and want to lull them to rest, the treatment they apply is to give them not quiet but motion, for they rock them constantly in their arms. And instead of silence, they use a kind of crooning noise, and thus they literally cast a spell upon the children, like the victims of Bacchic frenzy, by employing the combined movements of dance and song as a remedy. Both these affections are forms of fright, and frights are due to a poor condition of soul. So whenever one applies an external shaking to affections of this kind, the external motion thus applied overpowers the internal motion of fear and frenzy, and by thus overpowering it, it brings about a manifest calm in the soul and the cessation of the grievous palpitation of the heart, which had existed in each case. Thus, it produces very satisfactory results. the children it puts to sleep, the Bacchants who are awake, it brings into a sound state of mind instead of a frenzied condition, by means of dancing and playing with the help of whatsoever gods they chance to be worshipping with sacrifice. What matters here is not an idealization of possession, but a precise intuition. Disorder can be governed through form. Chorea becomes a somatic pedagogy of self-control, simultaneously psychic and civic. Failure to participate in shared rhythm, to be akoreutos, is not merely an aesthetic lapse, but a deficit of social being. Healing and belonging coincide in the return to rhythm. At this point, I want to insert a second axis, the ancient reflection on how words and images act on bodies. The anonymous author of On the Sublime names fantasia as an ability of the poet-orator to speak so vividly that the audience seem to see what is being said. Language places the thing before the eyes. This matters because it conceptualizes culture as governance of the senses. Certain verbal images can produce passion, disturbance, even a kind of possession by inner images that seize the subject. The idea is expressed as follows in the text. Weight, grandeur, and urgency in writing are very largely produced, dear young friend, by the use of visualizations, fantasiae. That at least is what I call them. Others call them image productions. For the term fantasia is applied in general to an idea which enters the mind from any source and engenders speech. But the word has now come to be used predominantly of passages where, inspired by strong emotion, you seem to see what you describe and bring it vividly before the eyes of your audience. That fantasia means one thing in oratory and another in poetry, you will yourself detect. And also that the object of the poetical form of it is to enthrall, and that of the prose form to present things vividly, though both indeed aim at the emotional and the excited. Plutarch extends this logic to dance, defining it as silent poetry, and poetry as speaking dance. In Questiones Conviviales, he wrote, similar faults are committed in dancing whenever pointing is used without plausibility, grace, dignity, and simplicity. In short, one can transfer Simonides' saying from painting to dancing, rightly calling dance silent poetry and poetry articulate dance. There seems to be nothing of painting in poetry or of poetry in painting, nor does either art make any use of whatsoever of the other, whereas dancing and poetry are fully associated and the one involves the other. Dance thus appears as an image in motion, a form capable of acting directly on perception and affect. This framework allows us to think of therapy as a form of perceptual governance. If certain images, external or internal, can wound, obsess, or destabilize, others can stabilize and heal. Dance, in this sense, is a moving image of order that can be internalized. Medieval sources later insisted that images, material or mental, act directly upon the mind. The ancient rhetorical framework already explains how and why performance can be therapeutic. This becomes particularly clear in Philo's description of the therapeuti of Alexandria. Their very name foregrounds therapeia, service, and healing. I quote, "The vocation of these philosophers is at once made clear from their title of therapeuti and therapeutridis, a name derived from therapeuo, in the sense of cure, because they profess an art of healing better than that current in the cities, which cures only the bodies, while theirs treats also souls oppressed. Theirs treats also souls oppressed with grievous and well-nigh incurable diseases, inflicted by pleasures and desires and griefs and fears, by acts of covetousness, folly and injustice, and the countless host of the other passions and vices. The therapeutic are presented as a mixed community, men and women, whose celebration involves hymns and choral movement modeled through biblical examples, such as Miriam, the dance after liberation. Their choral performance is described as a coordinated practice of voice and movement that produces what Philo calls sober intoxication. This is a crucial notion, an ecstatic state that does not dissolve self-control but intensifies clarity and communion. Here again, disorder is not simply suppressed but transformed. Joy, kara, is disciplined into rhythm, with exaltation becoming a structured collective experience. The model is explicitly choreographic. Men and women form choruses, eventually converging into a harmonious whole. Salvation is not only narrated but enacted through shared movement. Philo thus serves as a hinge between classical and Christian thought. Therapy is not reduced to a medical model, but understood as a patterned interplay of body, voice, memory, and community. Read alongside Plato, the continuity is striking. Both frameworks assume that possession or overwhelming affect must be channeled. The therapeutic solution is not simply repressing movement, but ordering it, making rhythm and communal structure act as a container. When we move into late antique and medieval Christianity, the same logic persists, though it is reframed in a different vocabulary. The central problem becomes the loss of inner governance through passions, wandering thoughts, and obsessive images. Medieval sources across literary, religious, medical, and juridical traditions attested to an obsession with images that acted directly upon the mind, producing states of mental and physical prostration. Such images, whether paintings, theatrical performances, or mental phantasms, were not passive objects of contemplation, but agents capable of moving the soul, stirring desire, and generating melancholy or frenzy. Within this framework, the performative image, imago agens, acted directly upon the mind, capable of producing both grace and disorder. Depending on the disposition of the soul, contemplative or excessive engagement with images could heal or wound, sanctify or corrupt. In this sense, dance emerged as a bodily manifestation of imagination, a movement through which the invisible became perceptible and through which psychic disturbance could be expressed and at times transformed. What theology, law, or medicine interpreted as vitium animi or melancholia often found a corresponding form in rhythm, repetition, and gesture. At its deepest level, this concept echoed the ancient idea of Plato's choreia, the cosmic and political dance that united the human motion with the order of the universe. Though medieval Christian culture was transformed by theology and ascetic discipline, it inherited the same intuition. The liturgical gesture, processional movement, the alternation of chanting and silence may thus be seen as a Christian choreia, a regulated dance of devoting, aligning the faithful with the divine rhythm and healing the dispersal of the mind. The emotional and curative aspect of ritual movement becomes evident from this perspective. Liturgy and dance both functioned as forms of healing. By inscribing the restless body within a shared rhythm, they offered forms of psychic containment and ritual reintegration. The gestures of lamentation and mourning, ritualized movements of grief, transformed inner pain into visible rhythm, converting disorder into communication and solitude into community. Such choreographies of mourning allowed the melancholic and the bereaved to experience their loss within a symbolic order, where repetition and rhythm became instruments of healing. Within this imaginal economy, dance occupied a liminal position between devotion and disorder. Its rhythmic movements could embody both ecstatic elevation and sinful agitation, reflecting the porous boundaries between spiritual vision and bodily disturbance. The same performative logic governing miraculous or diabolical images also shaped perceptions of the dancing body, especially in contexts marked by collective emotion, mourning, or possession. By outlining these correspondences between image, imagination, and motion, medieval thought configured dance as both a symptom and a symbol of the mind's exposure to external forms, visual, musical, or emotional. Such associations persisted well beyond the Middle Ages, influencing early modern and modern pathologies of movement, from hysteria to choreas activity and the so-called dancing manias. In this continuity, the medieval conception of dance as the conversion of image, scene, and illness disclosed a deeper anthropology of the moving body, one in which vision, desire, and spiritual imbalance were inseparable modes of experience. The same conviction that images and movements could act upon the soul with a healing or corrupting effect influenced not only theological and devotional practice, but also legal and medical thought. In these fields, imagination was treated as a porous interface between body and spirit, where invisible forms impressed themselves upon material existence. The gaze, the gesture, and the voice became points of contact through which spiritual influence could be measured, regulated, and, when needed, healed. Legal texts, therefore, attempted to legislate the effects of vision and movement just as much as sermons or treatises on melancholy. They aimed to distinguish between the image as an ornament and the image as a danger, between the rhythm that restores order and the rhythm that leads to frenzy. Roman jurisprudence makes this logic explicit in the Corpus Juris Civilis. One law used the term vitium animi, a defect of the mind rather than of the body, to classify the behavior of slaves who spent excessive time gazing at tabulae pictae, painted panels, or watching public games. This distinction between morbus, disease, and vitium, defect, had legal consequences. A vitium animi did not necessarily justify returning a slave as defective merchandise. Yet, the very need to legislate such behavior reveals cultural anxiety about the power of images to disturb the observer's mental equilibrium. Persistent contemplation of visual representations was regarded as a moral and psychological flaw which compromised rational agency. The law states, It is a mental rather than a physical defect for a slave to wish to constantly be present at exhibitions or to carefully examine paintings or even to be untruthful or to have similar faults. The Roman notion of ornamenta helps clarify the status of such images. In legal and domestic contexts, ornamenta, including tabulae pictae, were not decorative accessories but integral, functional elements that conferred dignity and symbolic efficacy upon the household. Similarly, in Christian culture, ornamenta ecclesiae did not merely denote embellishment, but the material signs of divine glory, instruments capable of mediating between visible and invisible realms. Images were therefore endowed with an active power. They could elevate, sanctify, or, when improperly engaged, corrupt and disturb. The same performative potency that made sacred images miraculous could also, under other conditions, lead to obsession, sin, or madness. Erotic poetry of the 12th and 13th centuries described love as a process initiated by the gaze, in which the image of the beloved imprinted itself on the lover's mind, becoming an internal idol that generated incessant cogitatio. This concept, theorized by Andreas Capellanus and rooted in Aristotelian psychology, regarded love as a form of mental fixation, a pathological state arising from the inability to distinguish imagination from reality. The imago agens, whether material or mental, was thus understood to act directly upon the psyche, generating desire, anguish, or melancholy. Medieval writers used the terms imaginatio and fantasia almost interchangeably, inheriting from Plato the sense of deception inherent in the image. In Christian thought, fantasiae were often attributed to the devil, whose temptations operated through illusion. Hagiographic texts emphasized a saint's ability to resist such fantasiae, revealing them to be empty and unsubstantial, images that are not real, just as evil itself lacked through substance in Augustinian ontology. Yet, when the soul surrendered to these inner images, they could provoke real disorder, leading to what Gregory the Great described as vagatio mentis, the wandering of the mind towards illicit thoughts. This mental wandering was associated with the sins of tristitia, sadness, and acedia, sloth, forms of spiritual fatigue or sadness that eroded self-control and inner stability. From John Cassian's description of the noonday demon to monastic and penitential literature, vagatio mentis was recognized as both a moral and psychological weakness, manifesting itself physically in restlessness or agitation. In Augustine's expositions of Psalms, the remedy to this problem of inner dispersion lay precisely in the liturgical rhythm of the Psalms. The Bishop of Hippo presented the singing of the Psalter not merely as an accessory to devotion, but as a discipline of recollection, a way to bind the errant soul within the unity of communal chanting. When the congregation sang consona voce, the scattered interiority of each individual was unified in a single voice, one breath, one rhythm. Music in this sense became medicine. The melody of the psalm both expressed and healed the fragmentation of the mind. Augustine interpreted Psalm 90 as a meditation on temptation and spiritual protection. The bishop prescribed humility and memory against the demonium meridianum, which he identified with the burning heat of persecution. The faithful were called to remember Christ's own temptation, sung and proclaimed in the liturgy, as a model for resisting the assaults of the enemy. That said, the act of remembrance itself, the memoria, was not purely mental. It was enacted through chant and gesture within the rhythmic order of worship. By calling his people to sing the psalm before hearing his sermon, Augustine transformed the congregation into a living image of the text. What they had just sung became both the subject and the vehicle of spiritual reflection. The voice, moving in unison, imprinted the divine image upon the mind, replacing the destructive fantasie that generated sadness and delusion. The psalm thus functioned as a liturgical image whose repetition disarmed the demonic powers of imagination. A similar logic underlay Augustine's insistence on the memoriae martyrum, concrete spaces of recollection where the faithful could turn their minds from persecutory or obsessive images towards salvific examples. The shrines of martyrs materialized memory in stone and ritual, providing stable theological and devotional practice, providing stable forms that counter the instability of inner vision. When practiced correctly, their cult redirected the gaze of the soul from illusion to truth, from melancholy to consolation. In this sense, both the chanting of psalms and the veneration of martyrs operated as curative images, liturgical responses to the demonic heat of despair and dispersion. The therapeutic aspect of the movement of the voice and the rhythm of prayer were revealed in this Augustinian framework. They reordered the soul through repetition, just as dance and liturgy reordered the body through measured motion. Both were forms of spiritual choreia, in which the disjointed movements of grief and temptation were drawn back into the harmony of divine time. In this same continuum, medieval poetry and art translated the dynamics of spiritual motion into the field of imagination. The imagination thus became a theater of movement where devotion and delusion intersected, revealing the double nature of vision as both healing and perilous. The gestures of the saint and those of the lover mirrored each other. Both sought transformation through image, and both enacted the body's response to beauty as a force that could sanctify or disturb. In this sense, the medieval imagination choreographed the soul just as much as the ritual body. Medieval thought developed a coherent understanding of mental and spiritual disorders as imaginal phenomena. The mind, affected by visual or mental images, could fall into obsessive states manifested through agitation, melancholy, or even ecstatic movement. The same logic that animated tabulae pictae, relics, and icons as active agents also influenced perceptions of the dancing body, seen as a threshold between the visible and the invisible. The emotional dimension of collective ritual must therefore be understood not only as an expression of devotion, but also as a healing practice. Liturgical and paraliturgical forms, processions, penitential gestures, choral movements, offered up the body a means of participation in a communal rhythm that could contain and sublimate mental disorder. In this sense, ritual movement was both symptom and cure. It allowed the melancholic and the penitent to re-enter a cosmological and social order through controlled repetition and symbolic display. Mourning, too, was choreographed within this framework. Gestures of lamentation, both individual and collective, translated inner grief into visible rhythm, transforming sorrow into an act of remembrance and release. The body in motion became the site where loss was made bearable and where despair could be ritualized and reoriented towards transcendence. The same performative principle that rendered images effective in shaping devotion or delirium operated in the realm of sound and movement. Music and rhythm acted upon the body as forms of image themselves, immaterial yet perceptible, and could either induce melancholy or soothe it. Medieval descriptions of dancing frenzy illustrated the double nature of this process. What was experienced as possession or punishment could also be interpreted as a distorted echo of sacred ecstasy. The dance of the afflicted thus mirrored the ecstatic dance of the saint. Both belong to the same continuum of performative states through which the human realm sought contact with its divine counterpart. Seen in this light, liturgy and choreography appeared as two aspects of a single therapeutic system that sought to govern the motion of the body and soul. The monastic struggle against sadness and sloth, seen as disorders of rest and rhythm, found its remedy in regulated movement through prayer, chanting, and procession. The rhythm of the divine office, with its alternation between psalms and silence, served as a choreography of healing, restoring the balance disrupted by melancholy. The body's participation in ritual action transformed vulnerability into form. Its disciplined gestures became the visible expression of spiritual order. Thus, dance can therefore be situated within a long genealogy of image and motion, in which the medieval body both underwent and effected transformation. By outlining the connections between imagination, ritual, and illness, the medieval conception of dance can be seen as a manifestation of spiritual and corporeal vulnerability that not only shaped later pathologies of movement, but also preserved an ancient understanding of motion as healing. The Platonic choreia, translated through the rhythms of Christian liturgy, survived in the medieval body as a discipline of mourning and restoration, a choreography of healing that coupled the cosmic order with the trembling of the human soul. I'll conclude with a brief remark on the present. The ancient link between movement and disorder is paradoxically preserved in the modern neurological use of the term chorea in conditions like Sydenham's and Huntington's chorea and Parkinson's disease. Yet, current dance-based, these are all called as chorutic syndromes in medical encyclopedias. Yet current dance-based rehabilitation practices show the other side of this history. Structured movement does not necessarily eliminate disturbance, but recognizes it, restoring coordination and facilitating reintegration. In this sense, contemporary dance therapy can be read not as an innovation, but as the reactivation of a much older intuition. That rhythm, gesture, and shared movement are among the most powerful means by which human cultures have imagined and practiced healing. Thank you for your attention.
And thank you, Donatella, for this very dense and brilliant, again, discussion of continuities and differences compared to the chronological period we approached earlier this morning. And now, if you just bear with me a second so that I can make sure that my PowerPoint is can be seen both online and here. Yes. I'm just So I'm just want to say to the people following us, we will have another question of session of a question and answer after my presentation and the round table. Okay. Okay, so in my presentation, I want to elaborate a little bit on the first aspect of the two-way dynamic. On the first aspect of the two-way dynamics between performance and healing that I evoked in the introduction, that is healing as a performative process for approaching and understanding therapeutic rituals. I would like to focus on one specific dimension of this process, its theatricality. In the monograph on the archaeology of ritual dreaming, which developed out of my PhD dissertation, I first proposed that healing cults and rituals could be better understood in their historical evolution as performative theatrical devices enabling epiphany and transformation. This approach led me to highlight the central role of staged performance in healing cults based on therapeutic epiphany, as well as the importance of theatrical culture and its historical evolution for understanding changing modalities of divine manifestation. It is precisely this perspective that allowed me to identify a crucial turning point in the Hellenistic diffusion of the cult of Asclepius. My current project, Theater, Healing and Epiphany in the Ancient Mediterranean, builds on this observation. At the dawn of the Hellenistic period, in the 4th century BCE, the healing cult par excellence, that of Asclepius, undergoes a remarkably rapid and widespread diffusion across the Greco-Roman Mediterranean. Whereas traditional approaches tend to emphasize the institutional agency of sanctuaries, above all epidavros, and priestly mediation in the diffusion of the cult of the Greek god of medicine, I propose to complement this perspective by shifting the focus to the agency of the mass of anonymous pilgrims traveling to Asclepius sanctuaries. In other words, I'm shifting the focus from institutional frameworks to the dynamic set of ritual and dedicatory practices that continuously reshape the cultic experience. What is at stake in this moment is not simply the geographical expansion of a cult, but the circulation and standardization, I argue, of a performative model. I therefore propose, as a working hypothesis, that the success of the Asclepian cult lies not only in its theology, but in the reproducibility of its performative script, a structured sequence of actions, roles, and spatial arrangements that could be replicated across different contexts while maintaining their therapeutic efficacy. What I mean by this is that healing in the Asclepian context is not reducible to the moment of the divine intervention itself, in the dream, the vision, the miracle of which the lived experience, however, we should always recall, is not accessible to us anymore, but must be understood as the outcome of a broader and carefully structured ritual process. This process unfolds through a recognizable sequence of performative acts, in which different agents, temporal phases, and ritual media are tightly interconnected. At the center of the system stands the supplicant, the worshipper, who enters the sanctuary not simply as a patient, but as a participant in a staged progression leading towards the healing epiphany. Preliminary rites of purification, sacrifice, and prayer prepare the encounter with the god, collective performances among which paeans and musical ones, as it has been brilliantly shown by Angela earlier, and also Milena commenting the Paean of Isillos, activate a shared rhythm of expectation. Incubation itself often takes place within a liminal state between sleep and wakefulness. And finally, the experience of healing is narrated, staged, inscribed, represented, and circulated through different media. The evidence allow us to reconstruct this sequence with some precision. In the Athenian Asclepieion, for instance, epigraphic testimonies such as the Paean of Macedonicus and Diophantus, among others, show that these compositions were not simply hymns, but ritual acts embedded in different phases of the healing process. They could accompany sacrifices and procession, or be performed in close connection with the recitation of miracle tales, as Angela was pointing to, thus articulating the ritual temporality of the sanctuary. These elements are not isolated moments, but part of a continuous performative chain. The god himself operates within this structure as the central agent of epiphany, appearing in different forms, anthropomorphic in dreams, or through symbolic manifestations such as the sacred snake, across different states of consciousness. At the same time, cult officials such as the neokoroi, or zakoroi, or nakoroi, as we commented earlier, emerge not merely as administrators, but as organizers of ritual performance, coordinating incubation, votive practices, and choral enactment within the sanctuary. The community of worshippers, in turn, participates both as audience and as performers. As I have argued recently on Paeans, the performance of Paeans activated a shared choreography of prayer and expectation, preparing the ground for the epiphany of the god. This dynamic becomes even clearer when we consider the Yamata, the miracle tales, often approached as mere documentary records of healing and tools of propaganda of the god's healing power. They are in fact, more than that, carefully structured performative narratives. The earliest Yamata, possibly dating back to the 5th century BCE, are characterized by a narrative form that remains very close to orality rather than to the stylization of writing, and this is evident in the prevalence of the direct speech between the god and the patient, as well as in the recurrence of formulaic expressions marking the different phases of the ritual: incubation, vision, awakening, and verification of the miracle. For this reason, it is likely that these narratives were originally shaped within an oral tradition, possibly in connection with the interpretation of votive images. A well-known example from Epidavros concerning a mute boy illustrates this narrative and performative logic I was implying now. So a mute boy comes to the sanctuary to recover his voice. He performs the preliminary sacrifices. Then the boy who carries the god's fire, here we must recognize some specific cult officials of the sanctuary, looking at the father of the mute boy, asks to promise that they would offer another sacrifice if they receive the miracle. It is the boy himself, the mute one, that at this point say, "I promise." So and his father, astonished, asked him to repeat. The boy spoke again, and from that moment, he was cured. Here, the use of narrative form and direct speech in this Yama underlies one of the most effective narrative devices for asserting the thaumaturgic power of the god, the so-called objective dream, characterized by the presence of witnesses at the moment of the miracle, or by the materialization of visible proofs confirming the reality of the divine epiphany. In the case of the mute boy, the miracle happening in the presence of the crowd of worshippers at the sanctuary function as validating element and underlines the importance of the mise en scène of the miracle itself. More generally, while the role of the Yamata in promoting the cult and shaping a shared imagery among patients is well established, their primary function must be understood in relation to ritual performance. They demonstrate the fundamental importance of staging the miracle within the context of a therapeutic cult. And in this respect, just as in the representation of miracle votives, The dramatization of healing follows the same mimetic principle that underlies theatrical performance. If we now turn to peons again, we encounter a different but complementary form of performance. Rather than focusing on the narrative content, their performative dimension is embedded in the internal structure of the composition itself. Oh, sorry. Okay. A recurrent feature of Peans to Asclepius is the enumeration of his children within the central section of the song, the argument. And as I was recalling earlier, as it has been argued by Anna Golub, this element reflects a ritualized pattern of oral prayer shared by pilgrims, which provided structures and cues for the delivery of an effective prayer. This structural feature is not merely decorative or genealogical. The progressive invocation of the divine figures associated with Asclepius organizes the performance temporally and rhythmically, guiding both the performers and the audience through a codified sequence. In this sense, the pean functions as a script for collective action, distributes roles, regulates vocal participation, and structures the unfolding of the ritual in time. The performativity of the pean, therefore, does not depend only on what is said, but on how the act of saying is organized, of singing and dancing and performing. The repetition, the sequencing, and the shared knowledge of the structures enable participants to engage in a coordinated and embodied form of prayer in which efficacy is produced through performance itself. In some cases, like in the the Athenian pean of Diophantus, the boundary between hymnic invocation and narrative account, like we saw in Isillos' pean too, becomes more permeable. In this case, the song incorporates the narration of a divine intervention within its choral framework, thus approaching the structure of a yama. And here the Zakoros, Diophantus, says in hymnic structure and rhythm, tells the story of his illness, asking Asclepius to cure him from the evil podagra that prevents him to go to the sanctuary of the god. He is a Zakoros, he is a cult official, a priest of Asclepius. And then at the end of the yama, in the final strophe, he thanks the god for the miracle received. Now, if we consider this form together, this distinction between yamata and peans becomes less rigid. The yamata stage healing through narrative and direct speech. Certain peans, in turn, incorporate narrative elements that mirror the structure of healing accounts. What emerges is a continuum of performative practices in which healing is alternately narrated and sung, individualized and collectivized, yet always enacted. We may even imagine specific moments within the sanctuary, such as early morning rituals, in which peans and yamata were performed in sequence or in alternation, generating a back and forth dynamic in which the god's power was simultaneously invoked and reacted. In other words, yamata would be, the miracle tale would be performed by the worshipper emerging from the abaton, and peans will be performed by all the worshippers waiting for them to come out of the abaton. The performative dimension is also extended to spatial, and this is the second axe of my research. So here we focused on ritual, on how, and we're trying to reconstruct ritual performance, but as Christy was recalling at the beginning, the performative dimension extends to the spatial and material organization of the sanctuaries. The proximity between the Athenian Asclepian and theater of Dionysus, the presence of theatrical dedications by actor and dramatist, the evidence for dramatic performances offered as votive gifts, all point to a deep entanglement between healing ritual and theatrical culture. In some cases, the very images seen in incubation dreams appear to be prefigured by ritual performances staged within or near the sanctuary, suggesting that performance contributed directly to shaping the content of the Epiphany itself. It is precisely this capacity for structuring experience into a recognizable and repeatable sequence that allows the ritual to travel. As I have suggested, the ancient pilgrims did not simply receive healing. They learned, embodied, and transmitted the ritual model itself. Through movement across the Mediterranean, they became active agents in the diffusion of the cult, reproducing its performative logic in new contexts while adapting to its local condition. In this perspective, the diffusion of the cult of Asclepius in the Hellenistic period appears not only as a process of religious expansion, but as the circulation of a performative technology of healing, one that could be enacted, remembered, and reconfigured across different communities, while maintaining its recognizable structure and therapeutic power. If this performative system could be learned, reproduced, and transmitted, it is because it was not only encoded in action and narratives, but also inscribed in space. In other words, the ritual script was not performed in an abstract setting, it was grounded in a carefully organized architectural environment that structured and framed the experience of healing. The architectural setting of healing sanctuaries was not a neutral backdrop for ritual action, but one of the media through which therapeutic epiphany was prepared, framed. In this sense, the sanctuary itself functions as a performative environment, organizing movement, vision, and participation along carefully structured ritual pathways. And Milena at the beginning gave us a wonderful example of attempting to reconstruct one of these pathways in Epidavros. The earliest evidence from Epidaurus, Athens, and Oropos suggests that spaces for incubation were articulated in close relation to spaces for collective gathering, musical performances, or theatrical display. At Epidavros, the monumental reorganization of the sanctuary from the early 4th century BCE made this logic even more explicit. The abaton for incubation, the circular timele immediately to its south, and the great theater at the edge of the sanctuary together created a special sequence in which miracle, inscription, musical performances, and ritual dramatizations could prepare, accompany, and reactivate the encounter with the god. Recent interpretations of the Timele as a place for musical or choreotic performance, together with the close topographical relationship among abaton, altar, and temple, makes it plausible that the declamation of the miracle and other eulogies belong to the cultic focus itself. At Oropos, already around 421 BCE, the cultic core of the Amphiaryon included a multifunctional stoa for incubation and a set of arched steps enclosing the altars. Probably the earliest archaeological example of a theatrical area within a healing sanctuary, where preliminary sacrifices and sacred performances took place. In Athens, the Asclepieion on the south slope was from its foundation inseparable from the theater of Dionysus. Its topographical singularity, together with the presence of honorary and votive inscriptions for actors and dramatists, suggest that the therapeutic ritual unfolded in dialogue with the theatrical core space of the city. One of the most famous sanctuaries of Asclepius in Roman times, the 4th century BCE Asclepieion of Pergamon, incorporated a sacred theater in its temenos. In Corinth, the 4th century BCE Asclepieion built near the Lerna fountain at the margins of the city, but in actual connection with the city's theater and agora to its south. A similar topographical arrangement seems documented in Sicily at Akragas, where the 4th century extra-urban Asclepieion belongs to the same phase of the city's reconstruction by the Corinthian Timoleon, following the city's destruction by the Carthaginians at the end of the previous century. Both Asclepieia in Corinth and Akragas lack any clear theatrical structure inside the sanctuaries, but the reconstruction of their ritual pathways shows that nonetheless open-air areas, and probably the sacred grove evoked by Angela earlier, were devoted to the ritual performance. Another typology of performance space within healing sanctuaries is constituted by monumental staircases, typically Hellenistic in fashion. If the most well-known Asclepieion monumentally arranged on 3 terraces is the Panhellenic sanctuary of the god in Kos, dating to the 3rd century BCE. An earlier example seems to be that of the healing sanctuary of Paros, whose first monumental phase should date to the 4th century BCE. A similar terrace layout characterizes the Asclepieion of Lebena in Crete, established as well in the 4th century. However, in this case, the monumental staircases date to the 2nd century AD, last monumental phase of the sanctuary. Although we do not know if staircases existed in Lebena in earlier phases, due to the natural slope of the hill, it is likely to imagine, maybe, and on this I will ask Milena advice, that terraces constituted a structural feature of the sanctuary since its foundation. Whatever the date of the sanctuary organization in terraced areas, here too, like in Epidavros, and as Milena suggested, the earlier phase arrangement of the area of the dormitory, the Aditon, and the Choros, the center of a dense area, suggest that incubation, song, dance, and ritual circulation were conceived as part of single therapeutic sequence. Across these cases, what emerges is not simply the presence of theaters in healing sanctuary, but a more complex spatial grammar in which healing was staged through the coordinated relation between dormitory, altar, song space, processional movement, and the visual management of the sacred presence. To resume, we might say that the sanctuary does not simply contain the ritual, it performs it. If we follow this trajectory a little further, a second transformation becomes visible, one that concerns not only the internal organizations of sanctuaries, but their position within the urban and civic landscape. And again, a crucial starting point for this development is Athens. Although not directly connected to the Agora, the Athenian Asclepieion constitutes the earliest clear example of an Asclepian sanctuary fully integrated within a urban context. Its location on the south slope of the Acropolis, in close association with the Theater of Dionysus and within the framework of the major civic festivals, already confers upon the cult a marked public and political dimension, making it a symbolic place of healing for the polis. This configuration reflects a broader conceptual framework deeply rooted in Greek thought. From the 5th century BCE onwards, the health of the individual body was understood as a condition of balance, isonomia, among its constituent elements, while disease was associated with imbalance or domination. This model was rapidly extended to the political sphere, where the well-being of the civic body came to be conceived in analogous terms. In this perspective, healing could be understood not only as the restoration of an individual condition, but as a process with implications for the equilibrium of the community as a whole. The introduction of the cult of Asclepius in Athens in 421 BCE, in the aftermath of the Peace of Nikias, we are in the context of the Peloponnesian War, and in parallel with it, the establishment of the cult of Amphiaraos at Oropos, can be read in this light. For a city emerging from prolonged conflict, the therapeutic dimension of these cults may have contributed to the symbolic re-establishment of civic order, that is, eunomia. From this point onwards, and especially in the Hellenistic and Roman periods, the relationship between healing sanctuaries and urban spaces becomes more complex and differentiated. It will be misleading to assume that a systematic integration of Asclepieia within the Agora that happens. Rather, what we observe in certain cases, particularly in cities of Hellenistic foundation or refoundation, is the deliberate insertion of therapeutic sanctuaries into central urban context, sometimes in direct relation to spaces of assembly and performance. At Messene, for instance, the Asclepieion occupies a prominent position within the urban layout in close proximity to the agora and articulated through a system of stoai that structure both movement and gathering. While not reducible to the agora itself, its placement ensures a strong interaction within the civic center. Similarly, in Crete at Lato, where the sanctuary is integrated, we are not sure, by the way, that the one in Lato is an Asclepieion. It is commonly referred to as one because we have an epigraph mentioning incubation. Anyway, it seems a therapeutic sanctuary, a healing sanctuary, in connection with the theatrical area and in connection with the agora. So the sanctuary is integrated within the urban fabric in a way that allows for continuous overlap between ritual practice and civic life. Here again, the spatial relationship does not simply imply a strict identification with the agora, but rather a shared urban environment for the therapeutic rituals. At Akragas, Agrigento, the location of the Asclepieion after the 2nd century BCE, that is following the Roman conquest of the city, remains uncertain. On the basis of a passage of Cicero and the discovery at the end of the 19th century of a statue identified as Asclepius in the lateral cell of the Temple A on the Hill of the Temples, Gianfranco Adornato suggested that this temple may have housed the new cult place of Asclepius from the 2nd century BCE onwards. However, no architectural features typically associated with the cult have been identified in close proximity to the temple, and the find of a statue, moreover headless, does not provide conclusive evidence for this hypothesis. I am now exploring, with a lot of question marks, the possibility that the sanctuary could be instead identified with the so-called Hellenistic Roman sanctuary located in the center, located on the northern edge of the agora, in close connection with the theater to its south, constructed in the 1st century BCE. This configuration closely recalls the spatial and topographical organization of the Asclepiei of Corinth and Messene, where a rectangular temenos is framed by a quadriporticus with the temple at its center. What is particularly significant is not the frequency of such arrangements, but their implication. In contexts where the sanctuary enters the urban core or establishes a strong spatial dialogue with it, the performative logic of healing is extended beyond the strictly ritual domain. The recurrent association in some of these cases with structure that organize collective visibility, whether stoai, stepped spaces, or theaters, suggests that healing could be framed, at least in part, within some spatial and experiential logic that governs civic and theatrical performance. And here we are in a chronology in which, as it is well known, the cult of Asclepius is associated to the cult of first in Hellenistic times of Hellenistic rulers, and then from Augustus onwards to the cult of the Roman emperor. This shift is already anticipated in the Hellenistic evidence, such as the Paean of Isillos, where prayers for health and explicitly associated with the eunomia, peace, and the prosperity of the community, and where the gods appear as a figure capable of intervening at a collective level and even interstate conflict. What emerges then is not a uniform urban model, but a set of special strategies through which the cult of Asclepius could be aligned with the civic life of the polis. In this context, healing is no longer confined to the individual experience, but the restoration of health mirrors the eunomia and the health of the entire community. And what, in the end, becomes visible in late antiquity is not the disappearance of the performative system, but its profound reconfiguration, as Donatella was showing us, starting from Plato and going through Neoplatonism and the Christian reinterpretations. If we follow the trajectory outlined so far, from ritual script to spatial organization and civic integration, we can observe how the same underlying logic of therapeutic epiphany is progressively translated into new religious frameworks. In the longue durée perspective, what matters is not so much to establish the existence of continuity and discontinuity, and possibly to analyze its degree, but to explain both elements of continuity and change. As Luigi Canetti, among others, demonstrated, the point at stake for early Christian communities and their leaders is not to change rituals, but to redefine their meaning. This is exemplified, for example, by the way in which Church Father Tertullian, at the end of the between the 2nd and the 3rd century AD, describes the spectacles of the Christians. In this respect, the relationship between medical techne and temple-based thaumaturgy remains continuous. From Hippocrates to Galen, no fundamental contradiction is perceived between professional medicine and healing epiphany in the cult of Asclepius or other healing gods. Rather, in the Roman imperial context, and even more in late antiquity, and this is also connected to sanctuaries of Asclepius entering in the cities, this balance is renegotiated through the reorganization of ritual authority and control of who and how has access to divine power and divine epiphany. This transformation becomes particularly evident when we consider the gradual shift from individual incubation to more explicitly collective and performative forms of ritual, like those that are documented in the Asclepieion of Rome in the 2nd century AD. As archaeological and literary evidence suggests, from the Hellenistic period onwards, the centrality of incubation is progressively complemented, some contexts partially replaced by communal celebration, ritual performance, and stage reenactments of divine intervention. In other words, the logic of healing as performance is not abandoned, but intensified, redistributed across the wider range of ritual acts. And in this context, the early Christian practices must be situated. Rather than representing a radical break, they reconfigure existing ritual grammars. The evidence from late antique Christianity shows a remarkable continuity in the techniques used to induce and structure epiphanic experience. Fasting, prayer, nocturnal vigils, collective chanting, and the cultivation of visionary states. In the case of the cult of saints, the performative dimension becomes even more explicit, as shown in the ritual practices described in the 4th century AD by Augustine, Ambrosius of Milan, Paulinus of Nola, Victricius of Rouen, among others, vigils structured around psalmody, bodily gestures, and collective invocation created highly charged epiphanic context, in which the faithful expected and often reported vision and healings. The ritual does not merely commemorate saints, it stages their presence. And the most spectacularly early Christian ritual epitomizing these characteristics is exorcism. In itself, a therapeutic ritual where spiritual and physical health are inextricably intertwined. Here we see Victricius of Rouen describing exorcism by highlighting a few traits that will become typical from the 4th century onwards: the chainless immobility of the demonic spirit and its invisible torture leading to confession. The first account of exorcism referring to these images appears in Hilary of Poitiers around 360 CE, and between the 4th and the 5th century, the same images will be used by Jerome, Sulpicius Severus, Paulinus of Nola, Augustine, Prudentius, Maximum of Turin, among others. And phenomenologically, exorcism and incubation are closely related. Where exorcism is the act of expelling a spirit, incubation is the act of evoking one, and so falls broadly in the category of adorcism. Indeed, the ancient visionary experiences were described often as divine possession, and it is hardly a coincidence that in pagan theurgical context, Iamblichus describes the possession by a god with the same image of suspension in the air, later applied to by Christian authors to exorcism. And as Donatella showed us, the movement themselves that of the possessed echoed Bacchic possession. In the Christian context too, the link between therapy, exorcism, and vision is provided once again by ritual performance. What changes is the configuration of the divine agent, and in a context increasingly marked by tendencies towards enotheism, the need for a powerful, benevolent, and immediately responsive protector becomes central. In this respect, the figure of Asclepius Soter anticipates in many ways the role of the Christ and of the Christian saints. At the same time, the broader cultural context of late antiquity amplifies the performative dimension of the ritual. Averil Cameron described late antiquity as a spectator culture. The boundaries between theater and ritual, already porous in the classical and Hellenistic period, become even more fluid, and the development of new performative genre, mime, pantomime, and later the staging of martyrdom, contributes to shaping a shared visual and emotional language. In this perspective, the emergence of Christian healing does not mark a rupture, but rather a shift in the management of the ritual meaning, as we said. And if we bring all these elements together, what emerges is a consistent picture in which the Asclepian cult and healing cults, more broadly, cults of the healing cults in the Mediterranean, can be understood as a performative system articulated across different media: narrative, song, space, and collective participation. From the sanctuary to the city, from the classical world to late antiquity, what persists and yet evolves is not a specific belief, but a set of forms that organize the encounter between human and the divine. And in this perspective, ancient healing was not simply practice, it was performed. Thank you. You should.
Thank you very much. May I invite also Donatella up at the table? What we're going to do is we have a good hour for discussion, but I thought the first half of the discussion should be addressed at the last two papers by Donatella and Luigi, which were extremely rich. I have to say, this is coming together very nicely, I have to say. And then the second half, we're going to have a more more general discussion. And I think we're going to address also some of the very good comments that we've seen in the chat. So let's start with questions to either of the speakers, Donatello or Luigi.
Thank you very much for both presentations. They were very interesting. My question is for Luigi. I like very much the idea of performance and this reproducibility of the ritual and the performative aspects. First of all, I was wondering, how do you think the rituals were performed by the pilgrims themselves? Because I tend to imagine, but I'm not a specialist, of course, of Asclepius cult, that maybe there was some cult personnel or something who was the facilitator between pilgrims and the god. And second, as far as theaters are concerned, I would encourage you to look for also for non-permanent structures. Think of the Asclepieion of Athens for it. As 4th century BC, theater of Dionysus is made of wood. And where you find terraces, for example, is very useful to imagine, some permanent structures. But also in a plain place, you can imagine that wooden structures were placed for the performances and then taken back. So just as an idea. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Valentina. Yes, for what concern, that's why I'm convinced that the Asclepieion, which predates the first, the stone theater, is still connected to the theater, and I'm using in particularly the reconstruction, the tentative reconstruction of Jean-Charles Moretti for the 5th century theater of the Dionysus. And yeah. This is it's not necessary. It's not necessary to have a theater for sure to have a performance space. There are many different possibilities. Sometimes it may even be just a sacred grove, an alsos, the sacred space. As for the question for how they were performed and where, I think that based on the evidence, we can imagine different modulations and different kind of performances. So we have evidence, for example, that in the Amphiaryon of Oropos, there were theatrical plays staging the miracles of the god. We have the same evidence for Asclepius in Athens. We also, I know that Ariadne Klonisaki, who is here today, will talk to us in another convenio conference we're organizing about the theatrical plays dedicated to Asclepius. There is one astonishing example of the poet Aristarchus. Aristarchus healed in the Athenian Asclepieion, probably, and with the Celtic formula Theu prostaxados, by the command of the god ordered him to to write a theater play with the name of the god Asclepius. We know from other cross references that this theater play existed. We know that there are other theater plays. So there is, let's say, for sure, we can imagine some institutional plays in which the miracle or the epos, the life of the god and the miracle of the god are staged. And we can imagine people before incubation watching these scenes and feeding with the image, with the image they see, preparing to dream these images too. What I think, what I refer to in the performative nature of the Yamata is even more shifts really the agency to the worshipper themselves. That is, I really believe that in the way that the Yamata are structured, there is a performative inner logic, and that beside the propagandistic value that is well established, when anyone went out of the abaton, he will tell the dream. He will somehow show what just on his body, on perceiving that he or she was feeling better, or narrating the dream of the god. The fact that we know, as the Paean of Erythrae shows, that in the early morning paeans were sung, to me, and this is what I proposed in the latest study I've done on paeans, mirrors an image of a back and forth rhythm. So, and the ancient theater was the actor interacting with the chorus, with the choros. So the worshippers waiting their turn to enter the abaton would sing the paeans and interact with those that, like an actor, would come out of the abaton and tell their dreams. This is an hypothesis, of course, but this is how I imagined. And of course, there are different, I mentioned earlier, the neokoroi that we see involved in ritual performance in the case of the paeans, and in other cases too.
Thank you very much for your presentations. They were both very, very interesting. And I have a question for Luigi. It's about something that interests me very much, and it is about the connection between the Asclepioia and the Roman imperial cult. About if there is evidence and information, you could simply notice so that I could go further with my study about the subject. Thank you very much.
I have to say that Milena will correct. She is much more a specialist than me in this. She has written on the Asclepieium of Pergamon and studied the connection also. I mean that I am not a specialist, but yeah, I'm recently noticing delving a little bit in this subject, and it's very, very interesting. So it's not something that, as all historical phenomena and cultural phenomena, it's not something that appears out of the blue. The connection between imperial cult and the cult of Asclepius relies, I think, on the connection between the eunomia and the physical health of the civic body and the physical health, which goes back to the 5th century BCE, but even to the Pythagoreans, if we can really go even farther back in time. Then it's very interesting the fact if we think of the Hippocratic Oath, where it says that the doctor, good doctor is supposed to do well, or at least not to harm the patient. We see this mirrored in political terms in Thucydides. Where, talking about Pericles, he says that a political man should do well to the city, or at least not harm the city. So, I mean, there is all this, and then, of course, before the Roman emperors, and we have a brilliant example of that, we have the Hellenistic rulers, especially in Egypt, but not only. The Ptolemies in Egypt adopting and linking a form of personal cult to the cult of Asclepius, Serapis, Isis, all these cults, they converge together. In Roman times, it's August, and there is a nice article on the Asclepieion of Corinth and on Roman Corinth of Braun and Wickheiser that goes deep in, that takes some very nice clues on this relationship. Basically, the gens Julia in Rome, so the Caesar and his adopted son Augustus, they have a very strong connection to Apollo and Asclepius. Ovid in the Metamorphoses really clearly mirrored this imperial propaganda by which in which he establishes the parallel of Caesar being Apollo and Augustus consequently being Asclepius. That's how it, and at the same time, we know that there are stories that circulated in Rome at the time of Augustus that he was conceived during a night when his mother performed incubation at the temple of Apollo, and she was possessed by a sacred snake. Anyway, really using a very precise narrative topos. And this is how it's structured. And by the way, I'm using this connection that we find in many Asclepieia to investigate the possibility of the Hellenistic Roman sanctuary in Agrigento, because we have very little evidence, epigraphic. We have an ex voto in the form of a snake that first attracted my attention, but the fact that now the current hypothesis for the destination of this building is to the Roman imperial cult, but from the 1st century AD, I'm asking myself, since we have this documented in many Asclepieia, is it possible that before the Roman imperial cult, this hosted the cult of Asclepius after the 2nd century BCE, because the former sanctuary is abandoned? So that's as much as I know about the Roman imperial cult.
Thank you very much for both your papers. Very interesting. I have a little question for Donatella from my sort of very different background. So do I understand well that this idea of the sort of cure through repetition of words and dance starts from the idea that that the illness comes from the mind. So I was wondering, up to the medieval period, if for the church or for religious outfits, there was this idea that illness came from the mind. How did this compare with the contemporary medical sort of conception of text? Not that I know it, but the question is, because for Asclepius, for example, in the Sanctuaries of Asclepius, we see the main difference between this sort of temple medicine and the Hippocratic medicine in the fact that the Hippocratic medicine is something that takes into account specifically this idea that illness comes from beyond inside, from inside. So it comes from a mental frame, also from the conditions of the weather and all of that. So I was wondering, it seems that this type of therapeutic dance and chants and so on corresponds still to the ones for Asclepius in Antiquity and so on. I was wondering if they didn't catch up in a way with the medical developments and how they were seen from a society point of view in comparison to normal medicine.
I'm not sure I've totally understood the question. What do you mean in a sense that if there is a continuity or not?
There seemed to be a continuity.
Yes.
But I was wondering, on the other side, on the side of medicine, obviously medicine became different. So how people choose between that type of healing and which was provided by medicine, which is a different one.
Now
this Antiquity, but I wonder at that stage in time, how did it work, the distinction between the two?
Well, there was not such a definite distinction between the two aspects. It is this is much more late medieval perception. I mean, there must have been a physician in a sense and the healer, but they expressed using the same terminology. And I mean, in a very practical, of course, from the intellectual perspective, they could have, I mean, from late medieval, early modern period, physicians started to call religious person as superstitious or things like that. But from a very practical point of view, I mean, people, they tried everything. They tried both, basically, whenever it works. So, but they used the same. The very distinction comes from very later sources. For example, where we talked about exorcism, but with that we have evidences that the physician and the exorcist are in the same place at the same moment doing their things, basically, but it depends on the source. If the source that we are reading is a religious one, then at one point the physician must surrender to the fact that his knowledge is not enough to cure. But if we read Paracelsus, so early modern period, then those who believed that was some Vitus that was bringing them the dancing mania things, but actually this is a creation by Paracelsus himself. So we should ask ourselves how much we have from the people beliefs and what we have from the intellectual perspective, posing their own perception of people on people, and then people using that for their own identity. So we have always the written source, the intellectual perspectives. So this aspect of the physical, because we have also in the Middle Ages, we also have a lot of other figures involved, because there is, okay, the physician who doesn't do any very practical things, because the practical things are done by butchers, basically. So the physician is the one who studies. Then there are the butchers who does the blood thing. And then we have a lot of healers around. So the thing is a very complex context in which all these figures are we could perceive them as the same with the same instruments in a sense. But the thing is, from the people's perspective, they use everything they had basically for so they didn't have the distinctions are made by intellectuals, but very later when they need to, for example, when they need to define their own professions. So in the universities, but these are very almost early modern subdivisions but then we also know that a lot of physicians went to theological schools and also legal schools. So the figures are very merged. If
physicians believe as well that the illness comes from the mind.
So yes. In fact, I mentioned Andreas Capellanus, who talked about love, for example, but that comes from medical treatises. The fact that love comes from the mind. So when you and then they proposed cures for that. Basically, go with prostitutes or have a walk in the nature. So, and we have these testimonies in medical treatises, but also in poetry. So also the literary genre that we have to use is very difficult to define in a sense, because also Dante talk about this kind of symptoms. So the mind and then when they rediscovered Aristotle, they started to talk about the image that physically fixates itself in the mind through the eyes. But even those who didn't know directly Aristotle thought that the images had this power coming from ancient, I would say, more general imaginary. Yes.
Thank you, Donatella. Thank you, Luigi. I have a question for Donatella and then for Luigi. Did you think that there is a continuity in the earlier Christian era, for example, in a saint or in the heritage of this realm, this environment in some personality or on Christ? Okay, just a moment. Yes. For Luigi. If do you think that there was in this performative environment a form of seasonality? If we can create a framework between the performance, the ritual performances in the Asclepios cult and the seasonality, because this is an important point for me, in my opinion. If you can think about it.
Okay. If the question is if there is a specific saint that we might, this is well, the saints usually represent all the powerful aspects of Christ. So Christ is a healer, and we have testimonies of Christus Medicus. And in fact, also in penitentials that we mentioned before, the very treatises of penitential is called the Medicus by Burkhard of Worms in the 11th century. But what we can ascertain is in localistic aspects, these kind of continuities might be seen through the reformulation of sanctuaries. So some prerogatives of an healer in a specific place might be reformulated in a saint. So not just in popular culture. It's a sort of there are both dynamics involved. Because the intellectual part, I mean, the bishop part, we can imagine like that, is the one that then is be able to fixate, for example. So sometimes we do not even know if a saint really existed, but the transformation of sanctuaries, because we have also this image that when Christianity arrived, they destroyed pagan sanctuaries in every aspect, but actually these are more specific situations of fighting, but usually is much more a transformation of places. So when I mentioned before the memoria of martyrs are the places in which a martyrdom happened, but we are not for sure that happened there. But sometimes they were already sacred places for pagans. So I mean, also early Christianity always recognized the sacredness of places. So the much more they went more for refunctionalize them, like the Pantheon in Rome, for example. They transformed in the Church of all the saints. So in local situations, we can, if we have sources, we can appreciate these aspects. But then the much more theoretical framework about the healers and the prerogative of saints are all the prerogative of Christ, because Christ is the model for the saints. So this is the general context.
It's a very interesting question, this one on seasonality, because there are different layers, I think, that interact with each other. Starting from the more broader consideration, the first thought that came to mind to me was that it is generally assumed that differently than other kind of sanctuaries, Asclepia functioned quite daily. And also because we know that it's not that, I mean, people going for looking for a cure, for a kind of release, they wouldn't go one day and then go away. They would spend weeks, maybe months in the sanctuary waiting for their turn, undergoing different therapies with doctors. And so on one end, the first thing that comes to mind is, and this seems to contradict seasonality. On the other end, I don't know, if we think at some festivals associated to Asclepius, and let's stay in Athens, we are here. It's a recurring, it was associated to the civic Dionysia, also the Epidauria were associated as festivals. So there is a kind of seasonality, but even, okay, let's say that Athens is a very specific case, and we cannot generalize, and we cannot apply to the cult of Asclepius, how it works. I am now studying a lot of insular sanctuaries, Lepena in Crete, Agrigento and Paros, Ilos. So of course these sanctuaries, they had a local audience, let's say. they are also known and they competition with each other for attracting, and it's documented that they attracted people from abroad. And if seasonality applies de facto to navigation, it must also apply to at least part of the people that would visit these insular sanctuaries. I mean, the connection between insular sanctuaries and the harbors and ports, it's very, very clear.
I thought that these performances can be linked to the moment in which the vegetables using for medicines were ready to be collected for medicine uses. And it is possible that festivals, sacrifices.
We have at least one example of maybe such festivals, which is documented in Kos and in Akragas in the 4th century Asclepieion, the extra-urban one, the procession of the analepsis to Rabdu. The analepsis to Rabdu, which means the rains, the Rabdo or Rabdosi, it's the stick of the god, and the analepsis to Rabdu, it's the refilling with power, with divine power. So it was brought this attribute of the god into a procession, and it renewed the power of the god. This must have been, could have been, I don't know. It could have been connected to some seasonal also. It's appropriate to think that it could be connected to some seasonal. On the other hand, if we think at the practice of doctors, they knew very well how to store plants and produce medicines. So
Can I add something here? I think we're talking about different forms and layers of seasonality. One is the year-round seasonality that you mentioned that is related to incubation and cult. And the other is a very specific seasonality of festivals. And I was thinking of Milena's inscription. And the other inscription, I think you mentioned it, or I think you, Angela, mentioned it. They both mentioned branches of olives. Now, the time that you cut branches of olives, which is the offshoots from the tree, is March, so that all the power of the plant goes into producing the olives, right? And if this is linked, as you say, both in Epidaurus and Anthos with the civic Dionysia, which is end of March, early April, that's very specific agricultural point of time. That has sense. When would you cut the olive branches? You're not going to cut olive branches with olives on. So it must be the time of pruning, which is early March. So there is a very specific seasonality related to the expression of cult that is related to the festival, but of course a very different seasonality that is related to daily rituals of healing.
Yeah.
So that would be mine. But I think there was a question back there.
maybe do you want Milena and Angela to come here to?
Very small question, a clarification really about something that you said in your last presentation, because I also happened to hear the same thing in the podcast, and I again had the same question. So this is my chance to ask it. You said, like, you hypothesize that because people were like sleeping in the early morning, were coming out and narrating the dream, you are making that hypothesis that they're answering back, singing, and this is the shape of theater also, like somebody speaking, the chorus answering, so narration and singing, which is of course embedded in the oral tradition in Greece a lot, and not only in Greece. I personally come from Crete. This is the structure of Resitica. One guy sings, almost like recites, then all of them answer, and then again, the same structure. So very, very reasonable. My question is, what because the person who is being healed they're sleeping after having gone through all this preparation, let's say, for the sleep to be healing, or for the whichever way it does. So they wake up early in the morning at dawn, and they've come to the next phase of this process. They've had the dream, they speak it. How are the other people who are answering awake at this time? What has their process been? How have they been prepared? How are they ready to answer? How is their presence there? I'm thinking, is it like when we have like a dead person and everybody like throughout the night around them and like speaking? So there's a protagonist that is around the malice of death or sickness or whatever, and there's a community who supports it equally present? Or is it like a more like professional sort of like the priests have like some people who the neokori or whatever whose job is to be there waiting? Or is it like, my mind goes to different directions, but I have a question there and I wanted to hear your thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I just put my just to clarify how they were awake. I really don't know how they were awake at the time. I really don't know how it could have been possible that they were awake and ready to participate in the ritual. We have documentation of katagogia, that is, hotels for pilgrims and worshippers just outside, for example, in Epidavros of the Temenos of the sanctuary. So, I mean, it was possible that people would hang around the sanctuary and be participating in early morning rituals. That's for sure. How they were participating, and again, it's a matter of agency. Of course, there were cult officials, there was cult personnel, somehow orchestrating for me, the most interesting part in all of this. It's this observation of Anna Golub on how formulaic, whenever you find formulae in peans, in epos, in the Yamata, it means that they are referring to some kind of shared knowledge. So how they were able to know where to, in the same way in which you describe, the modern Cretan example that you made. I mean, people know what are the cues, know that are they repeat. Yeah. And you have the epiphthegma. Now I don't have the picture here. I have it on my computer. In the Pean of Macedonicus, you have it's written, which is written on the stone, the epiphthegma, Yepayan, with which every strophe finishes. It's separated from the text. And even though, for someone listening to a Pean and arriving in the middle of a song, you don't know, you weren't there when it started, but you hear the last words, for example, of the List of the Children, you know where you are, and you hear later Yepayan. You can jump into the performance right away, like today. That's.
Right.
I don't know if
We're going to have now, there is more opportunity for questions, but I want to invite both Milena and Angela to join the two speakers. I think we need one more chair. So, is it your chair? So while we now move to the second phase of the discussion, we're also going to have an opportunity to read the questions from the chat. I wanted to start, I see many. I wanted to start with a general question that we've already touched upon, which is this tension between communal/civic, and individual experience. And I was, sorry, I'm gonna, as an ancient historian, I'm fascinated by inscriptions. So with Milena's paper, especially the miracle cure that was inscribed in the, on the inscription, I was very interested in this change of person speaking, where it said, you know, the god met the sick boy. And then 2-3 lines further down, the sick boy is revealed to be the person writing the inscription. So it becomes the I. And I was wondering your thoughts of the transformation of consciousness, in other words. So how, starting from that inscription, but I think we see it also in Donatella's, actually, can you? In, no, it is, in Donatella's paper about, you know, the move to Christianity, where you have this personal connection. How the healing process creates the consciousness of the person. So the person is a boy in that inscription and becomes the I through the process of meeting the God, right? So how the healing process creates the individual. So, you know, I've moved from the polis model to go back from the civic and the communal to back to the individual experience. But I was just struck by that example. And I'm thinking more about constructions of the self through the healing process. So that would be my very, just to open up the discussion that we have, you know, more questions. Thank you.
Sorry, I've got this. So again, with my typical cynicism of being of polis religion, and so the text of Aeschylus is very complex because it's a mixture of things. So we don't know really if as I believe, it refers to events that happened in around the 330s, and the text is written in the 280s, and it relies on the repetition. So basically what it says is the prayer, Epidaurus will be healthy and successful if this ritual is repeated. So it's obviously inscribed at a specific moment and for a specific reason. So I don't know how much of the individuality of Aeschylus is there, and how much this is just a concoction of different things that are put together because they work together at that time in the name of Aeschylus, who was the one who proposed this. And one of the issues, as when you said the sick boy who came to Asclepius, met Asclepius and so on, there's a lot of discussion about the fact that the sick boy is the poet himself or is somebody else. And so he's telling a story of somebody else. Because the inscription says a boy who came from Bosporus. And there's the issue if that is a toponym within the Epidaurian region or it comes from outside and so on. So one recent take is that with a little switch of the text, it can be read basically like a tale that is basically well known. So this is added there to emphasize the power of Asclepius and so on, but it's a tale that comes from somewhere else. It doesn't have anything to do possibly with Aeschylus. So we are again in this difficult position of having to say who decides who speaks, who decides who is the first person or the second or the third person. So it's difficult to speak of individuals because again, the tale of the boy is a tale like the Yamata who is placed in that context, which is a context that is already very charged of meaning. So the answer is, I don't know, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, thank you for a very interesting point. Very. I was thinking while Milena was answering about the and also the last thing she said. What point of view we have? The point of view of the healed or the point of view of the healer? because at least in Christianity, I think that Luigi can confirm, in exorcism recounts, for example, we have the perspective from the healer's point of view, which can also tell us something about the believer, but we have the intellectual perspective. And also the other interesting point that one should highlight is the fact that in exorcism, for example, we also have the demon voice involved. There are a lot of voices involved in that matter. So the question what one should ask himself is who is talking. But I also thought that from the point of view of Christianity, the construction of the self through healing, the healing process, one agency, what one might go through, for example, the votive materials that we have, which are very similar to the ones who Angela showed us, also in Christianity. So there one might start, but very late. Late, I'm talking about here early modern period. At least the testimonies that we have, that maybe there were some before, but we don't have any witnesses, in which is the person who's giving something to. So we have, and also the other part in the late Middle Ages, when one in general has the perception of a construction of the self, also in authorship, in other aspects, or when, for example, entering a monastery, so to give yourself as a vow to God. So it is a matter of the general construction of a perception. But I believe that in early Christianity, in late antiquity, the aspect of the community is something that is much more important. So when you heal a single person, you heal that person, because having a person who is not well, that damage the entire establishment, the entire stability of the community. So this is the general conception I have. But the question is very interesting one. I continue to think about that.
I think this is a crucial idea and question on the discussion. The Isilos Pian, as well as the Yamata, are a kind of political texts, public texts, compiled by the clergy. If we turn to private educations, as you mentioned, then you have a very good example to answer your question, Christy, and it is the relief of Archinos from the National Archaeological Museum found in Oropos. There, I think we have, first of all, we have the commemoration of the healing process. Archinos himself dedicates to the god the votive relief. He gives an emphasis on the stages of the ritual, arriving to the sanctuary, incubation, and then being cured by the god himself. He puts a pair of eyes on the top of the work, so he becomes the viewer and the actor. And he dedicates, and also the idea that of the transformation of the self, for me, is eventually the use of his very name. So I think the Archinos relief is a proof that healing is a process of change of the self, and that if we accept that the protagonist of the cure is a performer, he's in the same time the viewer as well. And the viewer of the relief becomes another kind of viewer as well. I think the private dedication will give the answer.
And thank you. Do you, any of you guys want to respond, or should we move to the question of Mary?
I don't know if Angela wants to add something on this.
Microphone.
Okay. I just wanted to add on this that this is very well accepted already about Asclepius, the fact that having a personal contact with the God is a means of improving your social status, being at the margins of society because you're not properly working, because you're ill. Whenever you enter in one of these contexts, you enter in a somehow initiatory context by which the fact that you, by grace of your illness, because you go look for a personal contact with Asclepius when you're not functioning, when you're ill, then gives you a social status, a person who has had a personal contact with the God. In Christian times, of course, it evolves this. We still have this, but charged with a more intense moral, ethical, let's say, nuance. And many of especially in the early centuries, 4th and 5th century AD, where we have the miracles of Tegla in Turkey, the miracles of John and Cyrus, and in Alexandria, of the Cosmas and Damian in Constantinople, of Gervasius and Protasius in the West, at Nola and Milan, in Rouen, and in Hippo in Africa. There is still this meaning. You enter in a community charged with a more spiritual meaning. So many times the miracle, the healing miracle, also is put in by the sources, by those that write the miracle, in close parallel with issues of changing, embracing the true faith, the Christian faith. So there is this.
Πολύ ωραία. No, I'm sorry. I have the Greek. It's very nice because almost my question was answered in a way. I was thinking about Aristos, how's the name of the diaries of the dreams and the therapy of exactly, Eileen Aristide. What I wanted to, I just put here that just the therapeutical process gives you a crucial moral charge, all this. And I was thinking about Aelios Aristides, that the god asked him to become rhetorus, to become kind of poet, an artist. And I was thinking if all this process, also the performativity of the therapy, in a way embody the artistic, a kind of artistic experience that I'm trying to this performing process to understand as a cured person if art and poetry and dancing and self-consciousness, because as we said, that who is healed has an extra level of consciousness, of self-consciousness. If it's still art, because I'm an artist and of course I have all this interest, all this healing with the process and the effects of the miracle and art. I'm just putting question in that area? Who is the healer socially before and after the healing?
The healer or the healed? The healed, okay.
Already in a hierarchy position inside the temple of Asclepius.
The healer. The healer, okay.
I think it's a very interesting question, but we have a problem to answer this question because I think that the sources are very specific. You quoted Elius Aristides, and of course, it's a very valuable source. But we're talking of a very rich man, of a very privileged person. I mean, and of course he uses this relationship he has with Asclepius to promote himself, and the Silospean again, the Arist that Milena was talking about, you know, those at the forefront are the aristocrats. Now a poor person acquired the mute boy. He acquires a role as long as he is in the life of the sanctuary. Do they improve their social status? It's very difficult to say. I don't know what do you think about it?
It's very difficult to say, but there's one thing of Sanchez of Asclepius that they seem to collect varied sort of humanity without much regard for social status. So we have categories that are normally not represented, like slaves, like boys and girls. We have women alone. We have a number. We have the elderly, which is a specific category that's never represented as such. So, especially, for example, especially for healing, in Hippocratic texts and so on, these people are not even considered. So, and in this Yamato of Epidaurus, at the same time as the slave boys and so on, we have possibly a queen of Epirus, this Andromache from. So it's very difficult. It's a very difficult question again to answer because my impression is that there's no such a thing as social status once you get into a century of Asclepius in the classical, Hellenistic period. Then the Roman period is different, I suppose, but I don't know, this is just another observation, but doesn't answer the question, of course.
The life of the sanctuary, being part of the healing process, helps those being in social exclusion. It doesn't necessarily give them a status, a better social status. But as I have already written, it helps people being under danger of social exclusion because they encounter others there being in the same condition. You have a lot of blind people, which means that perhaps a lot of people with, like us who wear glasses, were blind in that period. Yes, I mean, a very big part of the population. And also there are, in the Yamata, we have 5 mentions of veterans of war with scars on the faces. So it showed these people were marginalized. So when you get there, you are a part of a communal process, you're a society thing. Not necessarily that you get a better social status. It's interesting what you said, but when you go back to your city, you will say, I saw Asclepius. This perhaps gives you a social status, but for sure, it helped psychologically, at least, people being in the margins of society, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, if I may add something to this, because in the Middle Ages, I agree with that in the sense that some people at the margins, at least they had a status. So not a good status, but at least one. So in the Middle Ages, there were a group of people, because we talked about. We imagine exorcism always like a one-to-one person thing, but usually they did exorcisms collectively, and there were these persons, this community of people called energumens who lived in the church. And they were involved in the practice of liturgy, but they lived in a patent state of demonic possession, basically. We don't know what they had actually, if they had something. I mean, psychological diseases or things like that. But they had a status like penitents had the status. In fact, when you were giving your talk, I thought about this aspect of exorcism as a performance, performing healing, also considering the position of these groups within the church, because they had specific positions, and also because we should also imagine the baptism as a form of healing, the first exorcism ever, basically. So every part of this performing healing is a sort of a transformative status, in a sense, from non-Christian to Christian at the beginning, and from possessed to non-possessed. But also this aspect of the exorcism is not something that is definite, in a sense that it should perform exorcism every 5 months, or it depends on the sources. Then they are very confused sources. But yes, I would just to add this aspect of the status of transformation of state.
Yeah, I will. You want me? So we have, before we proceed, we have two questions. One from Alessandra Pecci and one from Maria Michedaki. I think both particular for Angela. So I would like to ask, says Alessandra Pecci, from a heritage perspective, I'm curious whether, alongside the tangible remains of these practices, any of the intangible dimensions, any specific ritual or embodied aspects you've examined, have identifiable afterlives in contemporary contexts within the region's geographies you study? That is, are there documented instances of reenactment, adaptation, or reinterpretation?
Okay. I would like to inform Alessandra Pecci that in the UNESCO heritage there are many references to the medical and musical aspects. And there are studies about the continuity between rituals and rituals that celebrates spring rituals and processions, especially in a scholar wrote a book on le feste dell'alloro, in which he took in consideration Asclepian, Apollon festivals in southern Italy and modern festivals as a heritage of this background in this part of Italy, in which in popular traditions, the popular traditions preserved traditions of these practices especially in the feste dell'alloro, laurel festivals in southern Italy.
Okay.
The scholar is Ignazio Butitta.
Okay, thanks, Angela. And we have also a question for you from Maria Michedaki, that I know for having produced a very nice article on the Asclepieion of the Acropoli and this relationship to the theater, for sure, for many others. She would like to ask if we have evidence for where the children choruses mentioned in Professor Bellia's paper took place.
I found for this paper 3 different sources, epigraphical sources, in which the children are mentioned in relationship with the rituals in Asclepian environment. And this is an important point, in my opinion, because children are involved, especially in the when a new cycle of nature, of a new cycle of life is celebrated. So it is an important point. I found three different epigraphical sources, but it is probably there are maybe there are other evidence or written sources related to this presence of children.
Are there any questions from the audience or comments from the speakers? Because I think we're coming to a closing kind of session. I think it's been an extremely fruitful discussion. Mary has a question.
No. Okay, I think it's a very privileged moment to have. It's worked. Okay, I think it's a very privileged moment here that I have together all you experts about if we want to calculate how much percentage, if we want to talk about all this Asclepian healing, we're talking about the history of the religions. We're talking about the history of the medicine, or we're talking about the psychoanalytic. I think it's very nice because as someone that I'm coming from outside, I was, every time you're speaking, I was saying, oh, this is the initiation of the religious, of the religions, or is the initiation of the medicine, or the initiation of the culture, or is the initiation of the psychoanalysis. I don't know if you shared my frustration in a way, because
Excuse me, this is an interdisciplinary topic. Instead, we are a musicologist, an archaeologist, a Christian scholar. He is
everything. He's everything.
The point is to consider the same thing from many points of view. It is very dangerous to consider a thing only in the path of only point of view. So for this reason, to conclude, the other host, Luigi, won this important fellowship. Europe has funded many projects that have a strong interdisciplinary nature. And we are called today for the future to consider the topics from some point of view. So it could be successful of humanistic fields. Okay.
So thank you very much. I want to thank you for coming, and I think Luigi will have like a final words to say at the end. But I found this extremely stimulating. The interdisciplinarity that you mentioned worked extremely well, and it's interesting to see different positions. I myself had many questions that came up, but I'm going to keep them for lunch and for later discussions. And I would personally like to thank Luigi, not only for choosing my institution, the National Hellenic Research Foundation, to be the host for this fantastic program, but also for being such a force of nature and bringing you all together and having all these ideas and having the energy to contribute. So I want to clap the speakers, the audience, and Luigi in particular. And you, and for me. Io che la facciamo. No,
Mary, no.
Hello.
So, I'm sorry.
Dai.
Thank you. It's touching. It's touching. I'm touched by your presence, by your contribution, by you, Christy. Thanks, because we're doing this together, and I couldn't desire a better frame and better people to work with. So I think we are exhausted, all of us. Of course, the depth of the questions we opened, we will never finish. I wanted just to wrap up, say I was really happy about the continuity, about the relationship that all our interventions had without coordinating particularly this. This proves to me that it's a good framework interpreting healing as performance and digging this relationship for future research in all our fields and in all our respective interests. So going back to what Angela was saying about interdisciplinarity, it's a good hermeneutical tool for trying to make sense of complex historical phenomena, not only human, anthropological, but also historical, such as healing. What shape does healing takes? What cultural meaning and political meaning healing has in different periods of human history, and approaching from the performative angle allows, as is promising, allows to not uncover everything. We don't even want to uncover everything, but to make sense of more things than before. So thanks to all of you that followed in person, thanks to all of you that followed and participated online, and again, thanks to Christy, you've been amazing. Thanks to the speaker, you have been amazing, and to the French School. Yes, this was the introduction, and that's how we say goodbye. This was a very nice introduction for a bigger conference we are organizing in January at, we hope, at the National Hellenic Research Foundation, the title of which will be Performing Healing, without performing and healing, performing healing, ritual, gesture, and therapy in the ancient Mediterranean. And thanks to all of you again.